All right. And we are live. Awesome. All right. Hello, everybody. Hello, Twitch. Hello, YouTube. Hope everyone is doing good. Today is an exciting day. All right. YouTube is officially up. We are good to go. Hello, hello. All right. Awesome. Hope everyone is doing good. Welcome, everybody. Maisie. All right, so hello, everybody. So today I'm going to do something very exciting. Now, I've been speedrunning Wind Waker and Wind Waker HD for literally years. I've been speedrunning this game now since 2014. That's 12 years of speedrunning this game. But after all of these 12 years, there's been one comment that has been in my comment section for every one of my speedruns. And it is, you're cheating. Linkus, you're cheating. This is cheating. This doesn't count as beating the game. You're cheating. You're using glitches. It's not impressive to beat a game when you skip half of it. So today, I thought I would finally respond to you, yes you, that one guy chatter. And I'm gonna bring you what you have always wanted. I'm gonna bring you an intended percent speedrun. Because I try to please you already. I try to do the glitchless speedrun. But there's still skips in there, alright? There's still exploits and there's still oversights. And it still wasn't enough. People said, great, this is still glitches to me. So today, we're doing it intended percent. This is gonna be full intended percent. Okay? So I'm gonna speedrun Wind Waker and see how fast can I beat Wind Waker HD while having to do everything intended. To see, is all of my skill and talent in Wind Waker purely in the glitches? And I've truly been bad at Wind Waker this whole time? Or are we still fast when we're not allowed to do skips? Well, without further ado, let's jump right into this and see. In 3, 2, 1, go! All right. Let's do this. Also, yes, hello, YouTube. I have both chats open. It is great to see you all. Thank you so much, Speedy, for the $10 super chat. Where you been? It's been years. I know it's been a while, but if it makes you exciting, if it makes you happy, one of the main reasons we haven't been dual streaming is because you need to make a thumbnail for every time you dual stream to YouTube. Great news! I got a new thumbnail artist working basically full-time. I have prepared the next 8 stream thumbnails so we can dual stream both of them on Twitch and YouTube. So we should finally be able to get a good consistency on the dual streams. So we're in for a good time. Anyways, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, though, Speedy. I appreciate that. That's very generous of you. All right. Oh, there's no game audio from my monitor. I guess I'll keep my headset on. All right. Now, also, on top of this bit of being sure that I'm doing this intended percent, by the way, I changed the language over to English because, as many of you might know, when you play Wind Waker, you know, you usually don't play in Italian or Japanese. So I decided to go to English. Now, let me establish the rules because you might be wondering, what does this intended percent mean? So obviously, I'm not going to just, you know, do literally like, oh, I'm going to read all the text, or, oh, I can't do normal movement of knowing where to go. That's not a speedrun. So what is intended percent speedrun? Well, it is basically a more strict form of what I think a lot of casuals assume glitchless is like. Because if you ever watched a glitchless speedrun before, you will know that glitchless has a ton of skips and exploits that are absolutely breaking, like, the spirit of what, like, many people would assume a glitchless run is like, if that makes sense. So those are all banned. So, like, as an easy example, right? In a glitchless speedrun of Wind Waker HD, you can skip half of Wind Temple because Nintendo left a tiny gap behind a Songstone that lets you basically not go out of bounds, but still skip half of the dungeon. We can indeed not skip that. This is intended. But of course, I can do things that are considered legitimate. So I am allowed to save and quit. I'm allowed to do good movement. I'm allowed to do cool hops. But I'm not allowed to do exploits like leaf pumping to have infinite height with my DQ leaf, which would, you know, normally in a glitchless run be considered legit, right? A bomb boost to get up on a ledge I'm normally not supposed to be able to reach. That would be normally considered okay in a glitchless run, because it's just getting a boost from a bomb. That is an exploit, so it goes against intended percent. So we're not just banning glitchless in intended percent, we are banning all forms of exploits and major skips. So let's see how long it's gonna take. Yo, thanks for the $20 super chat. A boy named Blue. At work, so I can't stay to watch, but I wanted to drop some money for you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thanks to you for making this video a YouTube live. Always love to see those when only I can watch on YouTube. Can't wait to see you play Oracle of Ages to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have noticed if you're watching on YouTube, but you guys are eating good. I have really upped the amount of content that we are making. Because we got VOD Channel. We're uploading 3 VODs every single week. We have daily up and running. And the consistency on the main channel uploads have also gone up. So, we got a lot of awesome stuff going on. Yeah, if you're wondering why I chose Wind Waker HD over GameCube, by the way, for this intended percent, technically there is almost no changes in between GameCube and HD because intended percent bans exploits and, exploits, glitchy skips and glitches as a whole. However, since that means I can't super swim, you know I'm using that Swift Sail. There is no chance that I am not using a Swift Sail. So, yeah, Wind Waker HD is very important for that. Another thing, too, about, Swift, on top of Swift Sail that is very nice for the HD version, is that the text is much faster. The text is excruciatingly slow on the GameCube version. It's very, very slow. It scrolls 1 character every single frame. And since I'm doing this in English, that would take forever. But on the HD version, English actually only loses about 1 minute. And since this is a speedrun, this is not a casual playthrough. I want to remind you all, my goal is still to attempt to beat this as fast as I can. I am going to be using the fastest available version to me for this challenge. All right, coming up here is a skip that is used in the glitchless speedrun that I can't use. So there's an exploit right here where if you parry on the first single frame right here of this old man, you actually get a little cycle skip right here that lets you basically kind of break how the cycle of the Orca fight works and allows you to beat him faster. Glitchless would absolutely do that exploit. We, however, we're not doing it. We are going through it legit. Thank you, Salt Lake, for the $10 super chat. That is so generous of you. Thank you so much. Saying, oi! Thank you. Hi, Lanksy. It's so nice watching you at 5 p.m. Most streamers from the US stream at midnight, my time. Yeah, I have a tendency to do that too. At the moment, I'm on a big normie schedule. I'm loving my normie schedule at the moment. So if I'm being honest with you, there's probably going to be quite a lot of early streams in my near future. I know that's going to be tougher for some NA viewers, but I'm really enjoying normie life. I have just been struggling with sleep lately, so I completely changed my schedule from DGen to I wake up, I go to sleep at 10 p.m. and I wake up at 7. I've been doing that for the past like 2 weeks now, and I'm kind of loving it. So yeah, I'm planning on keeping that up, so I'm probably going to be streaming quite a lot. Yeah, welcome to being old. It might be true. Thank you, Teeth, for the Prime sub on Twitch, by the way. Thank you, Banana. Oh, wait, here's another, by the way, HD exclusive thing I can show quickly. So, look at this. If you're not too familiar with Wind Waker, that right there might not have looked like anything special. However, this is something I want to bring attention to. So, this is another thing that is really cool about HD compared to GameCube. So you might think, oh, what was that? You just did a jump spin attack. So I only hit those bokoblins 3 or 4 times, which is actually not enough damage to kill them with a jump slash or a spin attack, because that would only do 2 deals of damage. But here is the special thing about HD. So HD actually added a lot of more attacks into the game that you might not be aware of. So they added in double attacks. If you're close and you do forward stabs, it actually can sometimes benefit you by letting you get a double hit. It also has combo attacks. So if in the original GameCube version of the game, you were to do a jump slash and spin your sword in midair, so you do a jump spin attack, you only deal damage of the first attack that landed on the enemy, and then it's, invulnerable for a few seconds because it just got hit. So if in GameCube you do a jump spin attack, it just deals damage of a jump attack. But on HD, they wanted to basically give an advantage to players who want to, expand and get more of these attacks in. So if you do a jump spin attack in HD, it actually counts as a separate attack and triples almost your damage. It's crazy. It's one of the highest output damage attacks you can have. So a lot of combat in HD, if you do jump spin attacks, deal way more damage than you ever could on GameCube. It's a really, really cool addition they made that is often overlooked. Hello, Capes Vad. Sorry, world. Sorry, English stream here, not Swedish. Yeah, the only thing that I am not the only thing that I'm not the biggest fan of when it comes to this intended percent is going to be that the first 30 minutes are going to be a little bit slower. Yo, wait. Can I VIP through this chat? Wait. Oh, Jacob. Bang. I just realized I forgot to set it. Starting now, Jacob, I promise you starting now, I'll remember to put it in the live desk too. I didn't even think about that. Anyways, let me make you VIP. I did not even, I'm so sorry. I did not think about that for the stream. Okay. Bang! Added VIP though. Okay. All right, now we just got to talk to Grandma. But I guess, I know I'm not going through the text. I don't actually assume anyone needs to run down on what happens here, but in case somehow you have not watched a Wind Waker speedrun in a very long time, the start of the game is very locked down and you can't do any changes of the order unless you do massive sequence break glitches. So the first part of the game is getting off of Outside Island. The 2 objectives you need to do to be able to get off Outside Island is to get your sword, your shield, and saved the pirates, aka Tetra. We have officially done all of those events now, so we are officially ready to leave Outside Island. After leaving Outside Island, we have the pirate ship section. We're gonna have Forsaken Fortress 1, and then we finally do Windfall and get to Dragon Roost. And it is first when we get there that we basically are able to really start to incorporate faster strats, if that makes sense. You know, wait, this is actually a really good point. Wait, you know what? This should actually be a goal. Wait, this is a really funny idea I just had. So, there is a really... By the way, if you do not know this website, you should start using it. I use it all the time. There is a website out there called How Long to Beat. And it basically is user reports of how long it took them to complete video games. Both for... And there's, like, different criteria. So, there's how long it took people to beat it, just going through it as quickly as possible. A mixed playstyle, I always call it an 80% playstyle, where you basically do casually and you get some completion stuff. And then there's the 100% time. According to How Long to Beat, it takes, to just do the main story of Wind Waker HD, 25 hours. That is how long it should take someone to complete this game, main story. 25 hours. So, surely, since we only are able to complete Wind Waker quickly because of our glitches and my cheating, it should mean that this intended percent surely is going to take near 25 hours, and we're going to have the longest YouTube stream of all time, right? We'll see how long it takes me. Linkish, you should do second quest. The second quest would just basically make me stay in my blue outfit. I guess I could have done that, but like, yeah, you'll have to take the you'll have to take the green outfit for this stream. I love watching your videos. They're so peak, and I love the stream. Yo, thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe like I said, maybe I'm too full of myself. I think this is probably going to take 6 to 7 hours. Don't, chat, don't do it. Don't post it. Don't say it. Don't even think about it. God damn it. Well, hey, while this is happening, thank you tonight for the 10 gifted community subs on Twitch. I really do appreciate that. It is super generous of you. Thank you so much. Also, thank you, Jacob, for the 4-month Prime resub. First time in the stream in a hot minute. Gotta have it on in the background while I cook these thumbs up right now. Hope the stream goes great, go. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you for stopping by. It is a pleasure seeing you here. And on the YouTube side of things, thank you so much, Solid Link, for the $6.70 super chat, saying 6-7. Please don't make me repeat that again. But thank you, I appreciate it. Very cool. Dude, I feel like I'm walking on, like I'm stepping on Legos here. Like, imagine just like you walking into a room and it's full of Legos. I know that older people would say, like, you know, like I'm stepping on nails. But to me, the equivalent of that, as someone who grew up, you know, in the late 90s, is Legos. The worst thing you could ever step on is a Lego piece. If you know, you know. And I feel like that's how it feels when I talk about numbers these days. Because it's so easy to accidentally say two numbers back to back with an or an and in between. And just like, it's just so easy. I really feel like it's constant Legos out on the floor and I'm like tiptoeing around it. But just like the Legos, it's easy to slip. Linkus, do you think that they're going to be remaking Majora's Mask after Ocarina of Time? And if so, do you think they're going to do a full 7 days like they planned instead of the 3-day cycle? So my theory surrounding what Nintendo is going to do is twofold. And I think they don't even know themselves, is my guess, until they see the success of Ocarina of Time. But here is my theory. My theory is that they might take a Resident Evil approach, which is basically they're just because. So one thing we already know that's different about this Ocarina of Time remake is they're not calling it a remake. They're just calling it Ocarina of Time. And that's a very key distinction. They've never remade a game before and not called it like a remake or an HD or a 3D version, etc. And a lot of companies that have older franchises, they have started to do this kind of a trend where they are doing basically a new version to be able to fit their new vision of basically what they always wanted to do with that original game, but the hardware limitation was there, right? So because of that, exactly like Star Fox. Yeah. So I'm having my theory is that with Nintendo having put out a statement stating that they really would like to have more games released with a 3-4 year development timeline instead of the 5, 6, 7 years, right? Can't believe I have to go around there inside. Anyways, my theory is that if Ocarina of Time does, if Ocarina of Time does well, I'm guessing that they're gonna start remaking all of the traditional 3D Zelda games with the original titles and then doing them as reimaginings of basically the vision that they always wanted. That's what I think that they're gonna do if OT is successful. If it's not that successful and people don't really care as much and it sells more like a remake, I don't know about that. But if it sells incredibly well, then I think that's what they're gonna do. I actually have to kill him. I can't do the glitch way to take him down quicker. So if you don't know how Forsaken Fortress work, by the way, quick side note about Wind Waker. So to be Forsaken Fortress in Wind Waker, you do have to actually take down a minimum 1 guard because he has a watchtower light that looks over the end of Forsaken Fortress. So we did have to take him down before we can continue. Link, is that rupee count could not be an accident? What is it? Oh my god. God damn it! Oh my god. It can't... dude, I can't escape it. Hold on. Hold on. Saved. And that was so worth the time loss. All right. This is probably going to be the part that hurts me the most. Not using skips to skip past these guards. Oh boy. Well, you know what a casual would do, Chad. They would hide around in a barrel. He's not gonna walk into me and find me, is he? I don't even remember how this barrel mechanic works. Oh, okay, no. Never mind. All right. Sure. All right. That wasn't so bad. That felt wrong. That looked wrong, but it worked. It was valid. Linkus, which Zelda game do you want us to be redone next? Well, from selfish reasons, the thing that I would love to be remastered next is either more of the Game Boy games made in the Link's Awakening engine, or I would love for them to completely reimagine Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks in a 3D engine. But I know they're never going to do that, but I would love that. If they took the like Wind Waker HD engine, you know, and made Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks for a console version, that would be so cool. Then we would actually get the scrapped Wind Waker 2 that, you know, we never truly got to see in the true form. Obviously, we got Phantom Hourglass, but you know what I mean. What about Minish Cap? Minish Cap is an amazing game, and I do really like it. But Minish Cap is a hard game for me to rank. I think the reason why Minish Cap for me... I do think Minish Cap gets overlooked too often. But the reason I don't talk about Minish Cap as much as I would like to, I think, is just because Minish Cap has a lot of bad in it too. Like, it's a great game, but it has so much tediousness built into it more than other games, that it doesn't just have peak all the way through. It has ups and downs. And I think the games that I think, oh wait, I actually do need to collect joy pendants. Let me pick this up. I think the games when I think the most about winning remake is games that have highs and mediums. Like, Minish Cap is an incredible game, but it has a lot of highs and lows. I also think that, like, Minish Cap is really built around the limitations of, like, 16-bit, which is, you know, I know it's Game Boy Advance, but it's similar in that. Where I think a lot of the charm and the music and the graphics come from that 16-bit-ish era. I don't know if I would love to see that remastered in the same way. Yeah, I think there's a few quests where you really have to go back and forth in the overworld that's really rough for Minish Cap. And the second part they would have to completely remake is the Kinstones, or whatever they're called. That I find to be more tedious and annoying than fun. Another thing, I did a randomizer of that recently, and what I found out from people who are experts in that game is that even though there are some guaranteed Kingstone drops in the game, believe it or not, most of them are actually all RNG based. Meaning, you might just want to complete the game, and you just keep getting bad RNG. Like, if you get a blue one, a green one, or a red one, it's just kind of like... it's just kind of luck. Meaning that if you're missing a certain red piece or a certain shape piece, you can just continuously grind for 20 hours and never get the piece you need. Like, that's not fun game design. That's what I mean by, like, Minish Cap is great, but it has some, like, rough edges, you know? Yeah, thank you for saying that, team. I appreciate it. Hi, AM. Hey, Twitch. Hi, YouTube. Link is 7. Link is 7. Wake up, Link is 7. Hello? Yo, thank you so much, Veloian, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Linkus, if Nintendo made a turn-based Zelda game, would you play it, and how much fun do you think that you would have with it? Okay, for me personally, people might get mad at this, but this is just my take. I only like one form of turn-based game. I only like basically two types of turn-based games. And it's the more casual aspected turn-based games. I don't like when it gets too menu-y, the way like Final Fantasy or like even sometimes Fire Emblem can get. So for me, there are two turn-based things that I like. One is Paper Mario. It's basically turn-based, but it's like very focused on the character, not other, you know, like mostly like one character, right? So if they made like Paper Mario turn-based RPG, but in the Zelda universe, I think I would really like that. The other thing I would like would be if you went with something more basic like Pokemon, right? Which I think you could actually technically do because we got Echoes of Wisdom, which showed that capturing, you know, other creatures can work. But I do think that Pokemon, because there's not enough captures, wouldn't work as well. I think it would work better to do Paper Mario and then instead have it so that it's like Link, right? Kind of like the style of Paper Mario. And then your one partner is like multiple creatures you can get echoes from, if that makes sense. Also, quick side note, speaking about the run as a quick little side note here, because once again, I'm kind of not even talking about much of the run at all because, I mean, you know, there's not much to say in the beginning of the game. So, for Windfall Island, what do we need to do on our first trip at Windfall here? So, to be able to get off of the island, you need to buy the sail. However, they added a new requirement on the HD version where you actually have to rescue Tingle. It is mandatory. My guess why they made it mandatory here is because I think a lot of people probably got the sail, left Windfall, never saved Tingle, and then got stuck later in the game because Tingle wasn't at Tingle Isle. So, yeah, instead of just hinting that you should go and rescue someone in the jail, but it's optional, they made it absolutely mandatory. Another part probably is that they wanted to push the Tingle bottle, which is unfortunately discontinued. But yeah, so we're just gonna rescue Tingle. We do not have to get the Picto Box. And then we are going to go through here. And then right there, that is 80 rupees. And we now have enough rupees to be able to technically leave. However, there's one more quest that I want to do before I leave, and this is actually something required for the run. I am going to complete the Miss Marie hide and seek, because later on in this run, there is going to be a Triforce piece that we need to obtain, and it is going to be inside of the Cabana Deed. Or it's going to require the Cabana Deed because it's on the Private Oasis. To get Private Oasis, you need to do the hide and seek minigame, and then you have to give Miss Marie 21 joy pendants. So we are going to do this right now to get this started. And the other reason you want to do it now, if you're wondering why you're doing it now and not later, there is no reason not to do it now. And the even greater thing of doing it right now is that there's a lot of rupees that we're gonna go buy, and you need a lot of rupees to beat Wind Waker if you do not know. Deciphering the charts, buying the Swift sale, buying the normal sale. There's just a lot of things we're gonna have to spend money on, so yeah, doing the kids right now is a much better approach. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, chat, but unfortunately, mail game is not required to beat the game, so we are not doing mail game. This is any %. But we're just trying to beat the game as fast as possible the intended way. Really good rupee RNG. 220 rupees is kind of huge. Dude, I'll take it. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen 220 rupees before like that. I also actually will go up to this guy and talk to him. I can't learn the song yet. I actually have to do it later because you need the Wind Waker, which I do not have yet, to be able to get taught song. Linkus, what about Sploosh Kaboom? Sploosh Kaboom is not required to beat the game either, chat. This is a speed run. This is not a casual playthrough. We're trying to prove everyone wrong because everyone always says that speedrunners are cheaters because we just skip the whole game. So I'm trying to see if I can beat the how long to beat time of 25 hours it takes to beat Wind Waker without cheating. Really, Chad, you think I have to do Sploosh Kaboom to be able to beat the game? And I am wrong about how to beat this game. You think it's mandatory to be Wind Waker? All right, fine. We'll do one try, chat. You'll get one game. But only because I can match it in with getting the 30 rupees right here, so it's not even that slow. Here, you get one try. Okay. We actually won. How did we win our one try? That's crazy. And on the 24th shot, too. All right, there you go, Chad. I guess, you know what? One game was all we needed. All right, there you go. Woo! Now we can really say we beat the game. Oh, wow. All right, actually, I'm kind of happy we did that now. That's kind of awesome. All right. Yeah. So if some people are joining that weren't here in the beginning, basically intended percent, the reason I'm calling it that is, like... So, obviously, 99% of the time, I use glitches. And I have, like, once in a blood moon done. I'm gonna go with Blood Moon, because it's Breath of the Wild build. Done a glitchless speedrun, right? Because people always say, I wonder how fast you can beat this game without glitches. But I have never done a glitchless speedrun and people have been happy. People are pissed off when you do glitchless because you do so many skips. Like, let me just mention a couple of random things that the Wind Waker speedrun does in glitchless. You skip Helm Rock by doing a really precise bomb boost. You skip all of the first floor of Tower of the Gods by, like, going into the waterfall at a specific angle. You skip the last half of Wind Temple by sidling in between, like, the stone and the wall, okay? Like, when I do those things, people get mad. And it's not using a glitch, it's using exploits, right? Or it's using oversights by the game developers. But when that happens, people get very mad because when people hear glitchless, they think intended. So that's why I'm doing this for the fans. We're doing a true, I think what people assume glitchless should be like. This truly is intended. So, like, obviously I'm not reading every text box, but I'm not allowed to do, like, glitches or exploits or things like that, right? I'm not allowed to, like, glitch my skull hammer through the wall, even though it's not a glitch. It's like, you know, just the hitbox just happens to be really large. So you can hit through the wall, right? To, like, skip all of the puzzles in Cabana or whatever it is. So either way, that's why I'm calling this intended percent, because I'm truly gonna go through it without any kind of oversights. Yeah, we're not doing manual super swim. I do think that would count as not being intended. Thankfully, though, and this is why I'm playing the HD version, we will have the Swift sale. However, I do want to warn everybody who's not watched a Wind Waker HD speedrun before. Sometimes you might hear a pwing. That's all I'll say. I do think, in a non-meme way, I think intended percent could genuinely be a real speedrun with, like, a set of rules. Because I do think that there is... It might not be a large audience, but I do think there is a real audience out there that truly do dislike glitchless and wishes to do it more intended percent. Now, there are some caveat questions that you get to that is a little bit more tricky that I don't even know the answer to, so I'm just going to play it safe. So as an example, you can do a jump right there to get up to get that rock to skip all of these puzzles that you're intended to do. It is a tricky jump, but it is not an exploit. It is just a big oversight. However, I want to remind you, oversights are not something that we are allowing in intended percent. So I actually have to do the puzzles. So this is an easy example where I mean, like, it's easier said than done to set the rules. Oh, there's a bomb right there. Oops. All right. Look at that. Such an intended percent. I bet you've never seen a speedrunner... I have never seen a speedrunner in my 12 years of running this game sidle across this gap. But, and I think this is though what I mean by intended percent, and I think everyone can agree with me here when I say this. I don't think there's almost any casual out there in the world dude has not sidled that wall. That is probably what every single person who played this game casually did. And I think then it's fair to say it's intended. Linkus, what do you say about doing another Skyward Sword randomizer? So anyways, coffee, isn't it great? Cheers, my friends. Café. Speaking about awesome stuff, thank you, Immortal, for the 500 bits on Twitch. Saying, so when are we getting Hyrule Warriors DE 100% on a single sitting? I don't think I am ever streaming Hyrule Warriors. I'm gonna let you... Okay, never say never. I don't think that I'm ever 100%ing or doing a completionist of Hyrule Warriors. If there is a huge interest, maybe I could do it a first playthrough and like make a daily video out of it, but like I just don't really have interest in the Hyrule Warriors type of gameplay. Maybe. I'll give it a maybe, but definitely never 100%. That'll give you a no for sure. Thank you, Zowie, by the way, for the Prime Gaming 27-month resub as well. And thank you, Lovezet, for the 9 months, and good morning to you. Linkus, when do you think you're going to return to no hit? I've actually completed Wind Waker no hit. It's a really old video now. If you were to go back, I would look like a baby, because I think I did that challenge back in 2018 or 19. So I'm a real baby. I'm really baby then. But yeah, if you want to see old, poor quality streamed babyface Linkus, I did complete it back then. But I've not done it in the modern times. You know, this is actually a good time since we have a tiny bit of downtime here while doing these NPCs. Doing these NPCs is a crazy wording while we're talking to these NPCs. Anyways. So, chat, here's an important question. So, in How Long to Beat, it says that this game takes 25 hours, right? How long do you think it's going to take us to do it? 25 hours is the How Long to Beat intended route. What do you think we're going to land on? Seven hours, 6 to... that's my bad. I should have seen that coming. That one was my bad. 11, 15, 8, 9, under 10, 21, 13 to 15, 18 hours due to how you're skipping the dialogue, 23, 5, 8 hours easy. What do you think, Linkus? I don't want to tell you my answer because my answer would make chat spam. I have an estimate of how long I think it's gonna take me to beat this, but I'm not telling you the numbers. Okay, after throwing Medley... By the way, if you're wondering, I've never seen you, Linkus, stand here before and wait for the cycle. So here's a little fun fact. You miss this cycle when you play on the English version. So this is one of the main reasons why Italian and Spanish saves so much time in Wind Waker HD speedrunning for any percent. The text itself actually saves quite a little amount of time, but there's 2 cycles that you can only make in Italian and Spanish because the text is shorter. So this cycle right here with the wind, you make the early one, which makes you not have to wait on the other ones, while English barely misses it. And also the light cycles on Forsaken Fortress 1, due to English being slightly longer, also makes you miss them. Still got that baby face? Dude, I am sorry in advance to everybody who's about to watch, like, the YouTube videos over this next probably month or two, because I think you're gonna get a whiplash with my hair, my haircut, and my facial hair, because... due to reasons, I basically changed my hair and facial hair 3 times over the past 2 months. So you're gonna have like medium length hair, super long, full mustache and beard, and then full shave, and then in between. Also, I need to change my Wii U Pro controller because I accidentally picked up the wrong one. Yo, thank you, Paperboy, for the $2. I appreciate it. Will you ever do a Zelda Archipelago? I'm definitely not against it. I definitely think I will in the future. It's just like... I more prefer randomizers that can be completed in a day or maximum 2. When it comes to randomizers that are just 3, 4, 5, 6 games and it takes multiple days, I'm not a huge fan of it. If it's multiple people, I guess, so that you can actually complete it quickly, then I don't mind it as much. But as a single individual, I'm not a huge fan. Okay, gonna pick up the stick, throw it, pick up, oh, go to the chest. You got a small key. All right. I should do one with Doug. That's a good point. Okay. It's actually quite strange for me to do this dungeon with a sword because I'm so used to doing this dungeon without a sword because, well, in the speedrun, you go straight here and never have a sword. So it's very strange to actually play through this without it. It's so weird watching you play Wind Waker normally, but it's gonna be like perfectly normal. It's actually gonna feel like perfect. Or attempted to be perfect, I should say. I cannot guarantee it will stay perfect. See, so I knew that there was going to be a couple of comments throughout this entire stream of people pinpointing certain things, either as a meme or serious about the intended percent thing. But I gotta say one thing. Since the goal is to play this more similarly to how casual plays it, I'm gonna say, I don't know if I am crazy or if others are, or if we're landing somewhere in between, because the most common question or the most common statement I've seen in the last 50 minutes of streaming on both Twitch and YouTube is, Linkus, shouldn't you be reading the text boxes? And it makes me feel like I'm playing video games wrong, because even as a casual, I'm mashing text. So I don't know how you play games, homie. This is no different from how I play. I do not read text. I always press A and B. I start reading and then I get bored and I mash A and B, homie. So listen, dude, this is totally the way I play intended. I do not sit and read random text boxes. There are some games where what I said is not true, but for the majority of games, like Pokemon or Zelda or most Nintendo games, I start mashing A and B, dude. So this is about as intended as it gets for me. Confirmed that Linkus is illiterate. See, I don't know if that's an insult or not, but the beautiful thing is, as a non-native English speaker, I don't know that word, so I'm going to assume that that means that I am gorgeous. So thank you. I appreciate it. Sheesh, yeah, I did pick out this hoodie, and I did think it looked really good. Linkus, it literally means you can't read. See, that really hurts because I feel like I would like to deny it and say no, but I feel like saying I don't know what that means. I just feel like I can't come back from that, you know? So I guess I'll just let you have that one. Yeah, I guess so. Linkus, you speak English basically perfectly, though. Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you learn a language through watching YouTube and Twitch as a secondary language. You get really good at speaking because you keep hearing people speak and you speak a lot. But then the second... Well, actually, I do need this. But then the second where, you know, you have to start writing or reading, things fall through. Linkus, speak your first language, Linkus? Nay. My first language is Swedish, in case people don't know. I was born and raised in Sweden. I only moved to the United States like 4 years ago, so 3 years ago? 4 years ago. So, yeah. I spoke Swedish my whole life. But from a very young age, I noticed that one thing Americans love to do is pick on foreigners and their accents. So from a very young age, I started to not just learn how to speak English, I learned how to pronunciate things to sound more American, because as a young kid who was streaming on Twitch at 13 years old, I did not like to be picked on. So I learned to be able to talk more in the front of my mouth, because that's what Americans like to do. Americans really love using like their tongue in the front of their mouth. So yeah, I don't have my Swedish accent the way I used to. But if you go back to my old VODs, when I was like 13 to 15, right, the first few years of my streaming, you're gonna hear a lot of a thick accent that has just kind of gradually gone away. So yeah, no, I'm not a native English speaker. Lean. Right there is a perfect example of a jump spin attack, by the way, and the implementation they did for HD. That's super cool. Because, yeah, once again, Nintendo never really talked about it much, but yeah, they did completely add jump spin attacks to be a key mechanic in HD that was not in the original GameCube version, and double hits as well, and it's very clean. Okay, gotta pick this up. It feels so weird to pick up all the loot, but I actually do need it. All right. HD is super pretty, I agree. Yo, thank you, Speedy, for the $10 super chat. Can't read, 5'8", doesn't like Ohio. The list just goes on. I'm sorry, but can't read 5'8" that doesn't like Ohio just makes me sound more like an American. As a Swede, that just makes me feel like I sound even more like an American. I feel like that doesn't go against me being Swede. That just sounds like an average white male in America. All right, well, we are gonna break the speedrunning streak quite a lot here because we do have to go to get the boss key, and this is how you do get the boss key. So in the glitchless speedrun, there's actually kind of a cool strat, by the way, in case you've never seen it. If you're watching this on daily, I'll put a clip on the screen right now. But basically, you can go on top of the big bridge in the middle of the room, cut the ropes to make it basically fall, and then the second it's about to fall apart, you do a jump slash in midair, land on the handle, and then you basically just enter the boss room after there. But here, I can't really do that. So what I have to do instead is I have to, well, cut this down. And first try. This, I will say, I hate this casually. This is one of the worst casual things in Wind Waker. Nintendo should have tested this more. Anyone who's played casual Wind Waker will know you almost never get that first try. Because you will get 2 out of 3, and then you will whoop, and then fall and slide down and void out. That is actually harder casually than it is to skip it. Most things are definitely, you know, either the same difficulty, harder or easier. Like, it falls on all perspectives there. When it comes to skipping things. Right there, I would argue the casual strat right there is harder. We'll go through it all. One thing I do think, though, that people are going to be, I think is going to be surprised by is the average guess from everyone who guessed, it looked like the average time ended up being around 12 hours is what people think I'm going to take here. It was like most people thought it was going to be in like the high singles up to about 15 hours to complete this. Because How Long to Beat says it takes 25 hours to beat this game casually. I think you're going to be impressed by how fast it is to beat Wind Waker casually when you know where to go and you are like pretty solid at the, I would say pretty solid at the gameplay. Not to get ahead of myself, but I hope at this point I'm pretty solid at the gameplay. I would be kind of sad if I did not have my movement down after 12, years. This being said, I am gonna actually farm some joy pendants right here. So you do need a lot of joy pendants. I don't actually have to farm too badly since this is, I'm going to be running across a lot of goblins. So I'm only going to pick up a few of these. So I'm going to probably get a few of those. Linkus, saving and quitting is not intended. Well, clearly we grew up in different places because I was only allowed to play video games for 1 to 2 hours a day. So I am glad to hear you're able to flex on everyone and say you never had to save and quit. Personally, I never got to beat a video game in one sitting. But I'm happy for you, homie. That's a crazy statement to say. Linkus, saving and quitting is not okay. Okay. All right, dude. Okay, pick up these. Ouch. Okay, dude. And then there's one joy pendant right here. And then also, I'm gonna pick up this fairy because I am actually gonna save Grandma in this run. It's weird to me hearing people say that I've never, I feel quote unquote like saving and quitting is strange, because I do that in my casual playthroughs. Like if you watch me play Silk Song, if I'm far away and I just got something and I want to get back to my bench, I'm not walking back. I save and quit. That's not even speedrunner me. That's just how I play, dude. Backtracking is not a fun aspect I enjoy. But don't worry, on the video games where Nintendo does not want you to be able to save and quit intendedly, they change it. As a matter of fact, if you try and save and quit in Twilight Princess, you spawn in the same room. So in some games, it's intended and some not. Here, it's totally fine. Yeah, thank you, totally not cool. Wait. User totally not cool joins the chat and says, I'm new to your stream, but you're pretty cool. I'm feeling like I'm getting conflicting answers. I don't know if I should be listening to your username or your comment. All right. Nice. Linkus, what is your favorite boss in this game? I mean, music-wise, I would definitely have to say... Also, I gotta pick up the heart container. I would say music-wise, it's Mulgara. In terms of, like, which boss I think was my favorite... You know, I actually don't know, because here's the thing about memory that is rough. It's been so long since I played Wind Waker casually, like truly as a casual before I started speedrunning. I was a kid. How our memories work is after something, you know, after it's been years since something happened, we usually don't remember just, oh, I had a good time here. You remember what was difficult, what was annoying, or what was frustrating. Do you know what I mean? You remember those emotions because that's what's advantageous for your body to remember. So when I think about, what did I think about? Like, when I think back of like, oh, what about these bosses in Wind Waker? I remember, here's what I remember if I think back. I remember nothing about I remember nothing about the boss I just beat. Against Caladiemos, the Forbidden Woods boss, I remember how annoying it was that he kept eating me and going back to the ceiling, and how annoying it was that the vines kept re-grabbing the ceiling when I wasn't done. When I think about the Tower of the Gods boss, I remember the hands constantly reopening and respawning, and getting lasered and falling in the laser field. When I think about Earth Temple, I think about how I'm halfway through using my mirror shield to light the boss as it shifts which light panel it's being used, and I have to run across the room to try and use that one before it gets lit up. And for Wind Temple, so Mulgara, I remember it targeting the wrong worm when I want to target the mouth of the boss. I actually think, when I think back as a kid, what was the coolest boss, I actually think that it was Helmrock, which is really funny. But I think that would probably be my answer based upon bad memory, only because I just remember it being a cool cinematic fight, and it was a cool shock when it came out of the water, and it was like very like, whoa, and him flying across the field trying to hit you and like blowing you into the spikes. As a kid, I just remember thinking it was really cool. As a speedrunner, that's like the most RNG boss of all time, and you hate it. But yeah, as a kid with like patience, I really liked Helmrock. Yo, thank you for the $2 super chat, friends. How many times do you think you've beaten Wind Waker at this point? Casually, I mean, probably 4, 5. If you mean like in terms of through a speedrun too, hundreds. Like literally hundreds. I have over 5,000 hours in Wind Waker at this point, so it would be a lot. Looking at speedrunners, I have the second most amount of playtime in the world, behind Mr. Alberto. But it could also theoretically maybe be Demon. Demon streamed at the age before tracking was a thing, so his gameplay hours are unfortunately not tracked. So he could be a contender too. Hi, Cube. Yo, thank you. I appreciate that. Linkus, the HD version is too bright. See, this is where me and you, we differ. To me, this just brings a smile on my face. Everyone says Wind Waker HD has too much bloom. I love it. This, like, we're in summer right now, dude. It's like scalding hot outside. All of us want to be in a pool right now. Let's be real. This is the perfect summer game. I think this is part of the reason why, even when I grew up as a teenager, I always came back to the GameCube every summer. Because so many games on the GameCube just makes me think of summer. Because they're all bright, cell shading, summery vibes. Speaking of which, by the way, this is the part of the intended percent speedrun where we might have our biggest time loss, because remember, this is a speedrun after all. We're coming up on auction because we want to buy the Swift Sail because sailing is very slow. Unfortunately, this is one of the worst design decisions Nintendo ever made. There is no way to increase your chances of the Swift Sail. There's almost no good mentions of it in the game. So unless you watch the literal trailers or release, like, hype documents Nintendo posted around the game, there is not really any way to know where the Swift Sail is. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a casual play Wind Waker HD for the first time, and if the seat doesn't backseat them, they don't even know about the Swift Sail. It's basically just completely just ignored. I also have to wait in this coordinate for it to turn night. Wait, actually, no, because I want to learn the day and night song, actually. So I can keep going full speed. Anyways, but yeah, so I do basically just have to go here and go into the auction house. I have a 20% chance of getting the Swift Sail and an 80% chance to get either a treasure chart, a joy pendant, or a piece of heart. So will we get the 80% chance bad drops, or are we going to get the Swift Sail? Who knows? Let's find out. This is, by the way, where all old speedruns or 100% runs like to go and die. Because, like I said, there's truly no way to improve your odds, meaning that... And you lose about 1 minute per attempt, by the way. It's like 50 seconds to reload, to retry again. And it can take an infinite amount of tries. Yay! Yay! Bow! Yay! Yay! Bow! Linkus, how long do you think it's gonna take? Dude, I don't know. What do you think, Chad? How lucky do you think we're gonna get? First try? I shouldn't have asked. Of course, Chad is gonna say 6 to 7 attempts. I should have known. All right, here we go. Let's see. Oh, this is any percent. I think my record is something in the mid to high 20s for not getting the Swift Tail. All right, let's see. Here we go. And our first attempt is... the Joy Pendant! Wow, such joy! Why don't we hit a 10% chance to get a back-to-back Joy Pendant? That would be awesome. Oh, the amount of joy I would feel. We got a treasure chart! By the way, for anyone who's curious about how it was to speedrun Wind Waker before we got super swimming for any percent, this was it. Right now, I would have reset. I would have lost a minute and a half in my speedrun. I cannot tell you how much of our days was spent just playing this game for 1 hour, going to get the Swift Sail, and if you got bad RNG, you just had to do a full reset. It still can be like that in 100%, but at least in all the other categories, we don't have to worry about it anymore. But it was the dark ages when we had to get Swift Sail and runs. Another mappa. Oh, it's the same mappa. Anyways, so I'll tell you guys a little fun story. I have a hard time sometimes not backseating, if I'm being honest. And I remember I watched a casual playthrough of Wind Waker HD, and a guy was like 60% of the way through the game. He was literally doing Triforce hunting, and he had not found the Swift Sail. And I felt so bad. I felt like I had to backseat. I felt like I had, and maybe you think that's like unacceptable. I think it was a valid backseat. He was Triforce hunting the overworld without the Swift Sail, and I just felt like, dude, this guy needs to know that the Swift Sail exists. That's attempt 4. So, I came in, and I was like, hey, man, just letting you know, they don't really talk about it in the game. There's a Swift Sail that's hidden inside of the auction house. And he said, oh, I've been to the auction house. And I said, yeah, it's one of the items. So he went. And then he went and didn't get it. And I said, try again. I promise you it's there. He went in and out 9 times and didn't find it. And then he literally was like, I think this guy Linkus is just trolling me. And I literally had to spend like time like trying to convince him, like, I swear I'm not trying to troll you. I'm not trying to waste your time. It's in there. And this was about the experience he had. Joy Pendant, Swift Sail, Swift Sail. Oh, sorry, Joy Pendant, Mappa, Mappa, Joy Pendant, Joy Pendant. That is 5 incredible attempts right now. Anyway, so yeah, so this is how you can get convinced that there is no Swift Sail. That's why I'm saying, I'm shocked not only did they not put any text in the game to like indicate it was here. Like, it's such a lazy implementation. They also didn't give it, like, better odds. They didn't make sure the first item you find is with Swift Sail, for example. They just made it pure RNG, baby. Yeah, the only playthrough that actually would like naturally find this is like a 100% style playthrough, and you find it at the end of the game. That's basically how you, I guess, would find this without being told. Because you don't have enough rupees to buy almost anything in the auction early on in the game. So you have to buy one item, come back, buy one item, come back, and just buy this like right at the end. Very strange. Anyways, attempt number 7 for Link is 7. Surely this is it. So much joy this stream, Chad. Let's get a big smile. All right, give it up for attempt number 8. Well, I'm happy to announce that we have found every item in the auction house except for the Swift Sale. Linkus, can you explain what strategy is for the auction again? Sure. Go up, talk to him, pray you get good RNG. If you don't, leave, try again. There is no strat. That's the strat. Hope you get lucky. All right, attempt number 9. Oh! Let's go! Such good luck. I don't know how long that was, but that felt like a while. Oh, when it comes to bidding in the auction house, they get stunned every time you bid at least 10% of the current bid. So if you just do a one bid, they keep just bidding, and every time you do 10%, they go, what? And they're stunned. And it's random how long they're stunned for. It can be 10 to 15 seconds. Or is it 10 to 14? Anyways, it's a little over 10 seconds. Man, I wish this would work in real life. Dude, I feel like in theory it would. If like Jeff Bezos walked into an auction house and just did like a % above, I feel like all of us would just get stun locked. And just completely just give up and not even attempt to bid. Anyways, there it is. We got the Swift Sale. Now we can go around and speed. Link is, I'm trying to find a 3DS as cheap as possible. My recommendation, if you want to buy a used 3DS for as cheap as possible, is to go for not as cheap as possible, but not as expensive as possible, and go to as many retro game stores in your area as you can. I'm only saying that because the thing about a console that kind of sucks is that, like a 3DS, it gets yucky and it gets bad, worn out analog sticks and buttons. If it's like bad, and usually that makes a big difference on the price. So usually if you go for the cheapest ones you can find on eBay, they will usually have a really bad analog sticks or really bad buttons, or like be sticky or firm or stuff like that. So I would really, if you want to go cheap and not buy like a new one or mint one, I would really recommend you to go anywhere you can try it IRL, so you know that it's in good condition. Because it's kind of like, you know, a controller. Like, if you buy the cheapest GameCube controller on eBay for 20 bucks, it's probably going to be miserable, right? But if you buy a used one, for like, you know, $70, you're probably expecting a good quality one. Link is, would you do a crowd control Wind Waker randomizer again? So good news for you, Parker. I actually did do one not that long ago. Okay, actually, I did do it a while ago now, but it's been edited into a video. I did one on my birthday. I usually do a crowd control on my birthday, so I did one 7 months ago now, but it's been edited into a YouTube video, and it's going to be coming out on the daily channel as a fully edited, awesome, fun video for y'all to watch within probably the next month. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. I don't know the exact upload schedule, but yeah, it's probably going to be coming out somewhat soon. Yeah, by the way, if you're wondering, this is why we wanted the Swift sale. It's just so much faster. And also, I will be able to, as early as I can, get a... get the warp song as well, which would be nice. I'm also going to stop at the submarine here quickly to get a second bottle, because I'm not going to spoil anything, but there is something very special if you get a second bottle here that you can do at Forbidden Woods that is really cool. Okay. Oh, Link, it didn't look like you opened that chest, right? I don't know why the animation was like that. That was weird. Linkus, have you watched Attack on Titan or One Piece? I have watched all of Attack on Titan. I've not watched One Piece. I would consider myself to... Man, I know that this is gonna break some people's hearts. I don't think I would be considered a weeb. I will watch an anime if I think it sounds fun and it's, you know, like mainstream. But I never go out of my way to watch anime. Like, I've never just opened up Crunchyroll and go, let me find a new anime. Or I never Googled, like, oh, what's the best animes? If that makes sense. My extent will be, like, after enough people have bothered me telling me how good a show is that happens to be an anime, I will watch it. But I've never really gone on it. So, like, because of that, if you ask me, like, what have I watched in terms of anime over my lifetime... It will basically all be some of the most mainstream stuff. Attack on Titan, Death Note, I think, what is it called? Psych Pass, Promised Neverland, Season 1. Sad. And Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That's basically all of the anime. Oh yeah, and ReZero Dawn, Season 1. That's basically, like, all the, like, the true full-out, like, animes that I've seen. And then, obviously, like, the more American ones you can think of. Like, obviously, I grew up with, like, a little bit of Pokemon and, you know, Beyblade and stuff like that. But in general, that's pretty much it. Nope, no Dragon Ball Z. Never seen it. Nope. Nope, never watched Demon Slayer. No Dragon Ball Z, no One Piece. I told you, chat, I'm not a weeb. I'm telling you. You will understand one more thing. You might be thinking, Linkus, you just said you watched really popular animes that people keep recommending you. How could you not have watched something like Dragon Ball Z or One Piece? And I have one answer for you. I'm busy! If an anime has more episodes than a certain amount, you will never get me to watch it. I'm not watching something that doesn't have a nice start, middle, and end, okay? I also don't really care much about just, like, fighting. I don't care about, like, any show that will have, like, multi-episode fighting. I don't care for it as well. So, like, that's where you lose me in a lot of these shows. A lot of these shows are just badass-looking combat, which I don't care for. And I also do not want to start a show where there's more than, I don't know, 60 to, 60 episodes. So yeah, that's where you lose me. It has to be a good show that is not just about combat, that is short to medium in length. That's where you have a chance with me. I have never read a manga. I actually own a manga, but I've never read it. I think I own 1 or 2 of the first chapters of Attack on Titan in manga form, but I've never read it. Anyways, yeah, that's the lore. Anyways, I want everyone to remember, if you do not know about this, there is going to be a strat for the speedrun that's coming up in a little bit, but I'm going to pick up some forest water right here. Remember this. Very important. Link is, and you call yourself a weeb. I literally never have. I've never called myself a weeb. You guys say I'm a weeb, and then I always say I'm not. And then when I explain the anime I watch, people get mad that I'm not weeb enough. I never misled anyone. I have always stated I'm not a weeb. I am hashtag an ally. That's what I am. I'm an ally weeb. All right, and there's the DQ leaf. Now, this is going to be where I really start to struggle a little bit more, because the speedrun skips all of Forsaken Fortress. Sorry, the speedrun basically skips all of Forbidden Woods. The glitchless speedrun uses an oversight with the stick, where basically, if you stand at the perfect place, at the perfect distance away from the eye, you can just barely hit the eye by throwing the stick. I would argue that it's not even an exploit. I would argue it's just an oversight. And I think that's actually super fair to call it an oversight. Nintendo clearly didn't intend for you to throw the stick to be able to hit the door, since they try and close it. However, since this is casual percent, or intended percent, sorry, I would very much say it's very fair to say that they made a feature that explicitly attempts to stop you from doing what I'm attempting. And that's why I would call it not intended. Some people can obviously think like, oh, you should read the text then, or blah, blah, blah. But like, this is very explicit that they put in a feature to try and stop this exact thing from happening. So without any stretch of the imagination, it would go against the spirit of intended. So I'll have to solve the puzzles without the stick exploit. Linkus, we want a sub to. I don't know about that, man. Yeah, you would have to have a very specific rules if you wanted to make this a speed run. I will also showcase something right now while I'm here, because this is going to be very important to understanding a difference in the rules in between glitchless and intended percent today. So, I'm about to show you a trick right now. This is called leaf pumping. Look at this. This right here is called leaf pumping. What am I doing? I take out the leaf, I cancel it by pressing A, and I take it out again, over and over again. What this allows me to do is it allows me to stay and maintain my height basically perfectly, infinitely. I'm not talking about pressing this button. This is not leaf pumping. I'm pressing A and then taking it out again. That allows me to maintain my height infinitely, and it basically, yeah, it's exactly, it's like whistle sprinting. And it allows you to basically keep your height perfectly. You can also use that to leaf cancel, which allows you to grab ledges that you're not supposed to be able to grab with the leaf. These are two things that are exploits. They are not glitches. They are allowed in glitchless. They are not allowed in intended percent. So as you can see here, I cannot, for example, skip straight to that pillar, which you can do with leaf pumps and perfectly canceling it. So that's another example of where, like, I'm still going as fast as I can, obviously with the showcase here and there, but, like, I'm trying to go as fast as I can, but that's the best way I can explain the difference between, you know, an exploit that is allowed in glitchless versus... So, for example, like, here's another example. So right there, right, did you see that ledge grab? That's clearly a glitchless strat, right? You're clearly not supposed to be able to grab that. So here, this is what I actually have to do. Anyways, enough demonstrations. Yeah. And here's the stick, by the way. Normally you grab to bring up here to be able to do it. Okay, gotta go across here. Can't even remember the last time I grabbed this. Any randomizer I have... Because even in a randomizer, you would use the stick. You know what I mean? I really can't think of the last time I actually did this. Okay. I am using the Wii U Pro controller. Nice. Maisie, are you watching the stream right now? Linkus, is this painful? It is a little bit difficult to not do all the strats I want to. Maisie, can you please lock the car in the garage? Okay, I gotta clarify. So our car has a feature that is actually good, but also awful, where it lets you know if your car is unlocked. So if your car is unlocked, it sends you a notification. However, it does not realize that we are home and in the garage. So I have gotten a phone notification from our car in a 15-minute interval all day. And it's keep popping up in the corner of my eye. That's why it's randomly now in the middle of the stream excited. Because I cannot take my phone lighting up every 15 minutes anymore to tell me that my car is unlocked. Oh. Okay. Here's another difficult one. I want to skip this whole puzzle by rolling through there because that is a possible strat in glitchless, but not intended. Because otherwise it would be cheating, chat. All right, there we go. We went through the maze. Linkus, why would you even leave your car unlocked even inside of your garage? Why wouldn't I? What's gonna happen? It's in the garage. I don't really get the confusion of how I could forget to lock the car in my garage. It's in the garage. I think if someone breaks open the garage, I have more problems to worry about than the car being stolen. Linkus, don't you lock all your doors in your house? So I do lock all my doors in my garage, in my house, but I didn't used to, because I grew up in Sweden, and that was something Maisie really hated when we first moved to America. It took me about 2 years of living in America until I remembered to start locking doors, because growing up my whole life, we never locked our doors. We would keep them unlocked all the time. So yeah, for the first 2 years of living in America, I always kept all of our stuff unlocked. Now in Sweden you should, but growing up in Sweden we didn't. Like, I'll give you an example of like how nonchalant I was about locking. When I lived, when me and Macy lived in Sweden, okay? I lost my house keys. I couldn't find them. A normal person would spend all day looking for them. And I said, oh, they'll show up eventually when I clean or something. They'll come up. I don't really need to worry about it. And I left the entire house unlocked for 3 weeks straight. 3 weeks straight, I left that unlocked. We went on a 4-day trip during those 3 weeks as well, and it was unlocked. Like, I didn't bother. I just left it unlocked that whole time. And then 3 weeks later, I happened to go through and I found it in between the cushions of the couch, and I was like, oh, awesome. And then we started locking again. But yeah, like I said, now I don't do that anymore, but because I grew up on the country, like I grew up in like farmland. I grew up in a village with 80 people, Chad. And like 20 minutes in any direction was just farms. Like, trust me when I say I never grew up needing to lock. Like, no one was gonna do anything where I grew up. So yeah, it was just something I was not used to. So when I moved to the city, or when I moved to America in the city, I really wasn't used to it. The thing that made me go from I lock my doors most of the time to I'm super strict about it was someone came and stole all of our packages by our front door. And that really terrified me, made me really upset, and I have never missed locking the door sounds. That changed my perspective. It made me so sad. All right. Anyways, if you're wondering what we're doing here in the basement, we just have to get the boss key. This dungeon, if you know where to go, is actually like one of the shortest dungeons. This is such an easy and straightforward dungeon. It's really easy. Okay, go through here. Linkus' nearest neighbor in Sweden was probably a moose. Honestly, probably. That was kind of how it felt like. Like I said, growing up in the country is a different thing altogether. Linkus, are you doing all of this in one stream? Oh yeah, 100%. So right here, I'm actually not going to perform a save and quit because there's a very intended thing right here from the game developers that I would skip if I did a save and quit. So there is a boss fight that activates here to try and punish you after getting the boss key. So here, it's a very clear thing that I would be skipping if I did a save and quit. So I am actually going to go through it because we can't skip an intended fight. Ouch. No, this is just any percent. Oh my god, I'm about to die. That would be very embarrassing. Dude, these guys are messing me up. What's happening? Holy. Wow. Wow. Okay, I did not expect that, if I'm being honest with you. That, that was interesting. Maybe all those YouTube commenters were right after all. Maybe I'm only good at Wind Waker because I skip everything. Woo-wee. All right, anyways, that is all of Forbidden Woods. Believe it or not, that is how quick this dungeon is. This dungeon really is... This dungeon is actually easier and faster and shorter than Dragon Roost is, even though Dragon Roost would be expected to be the tutorial dungeon. All right. Wah. All right, so coming up here is a really cool strat in case you do not know. So here's a little bit of a fun fact. There was a secret Easter egg that Nintendo put into Wind Waker that went undiscovered for, I think it was like almost 15 years. And then randomly, back in like, I think it was 2015 or 16, it was finally discovered. That's how long it went undiscovered for. And it happened by a random casual who fat-fingered his controller. What is it? If you drop the forest water on Kalidimos, it instantly kills the boss. That's it. It's just like a fun little Easter egg because, you know, the forest water is basically like the purified water of the game. So if you drop the purified water on the boss, you literally just insta-kills it because it's like an evil plant. It's just like a super cool Easter egg that somehow went undiscovered for a really long time. But Link is, this is not intent. What? Them going out of the way to program a feature of an Easter egg to one-hit kill a boss that only works on one boss is as intended as it gets. What do you mean? What do you mean? How does adding code to the game to add a way to kill a boss not intended? That's crazy. I feel like here's the problem, and this is why no one else except for this me one run is ever going to do intended percent again. Because even as I'm doing intended percent, there is still going to be comments in this comment section or in this live stream about how I'm not doing intended percent enough because I'm doing certain things that they are not. Because even though I'm trying to be super strict and I'm avoiding every exploit or skip that there is possible, or I'm making sure that I'm not skipping any, like, you know, really intended gameplay thereof, there's still going to be the most minuscule things like the text boxes or how I do like a quicker jump. You know what I mean? With like a jump slash instead of a climb. Or on the smallest section, I do a save and quit, and they're like, that's not how I did it. And the sad thing is, amazing song. Half of it is going to be rage bait, and half of it is going to be sadly people who are actually serious. Are you using the Prima guide? I'm not even kidding you. Before starting this, I actually scrolled through the Prima guide to make sure that I'm roughly following, or like I'm doing everything that like a normal any % guide intends. That was part of my research into this. The ones that were officially like, the one that is like the one that was officially like Nintendo sealed. All right. Anyways, now we got 2 dungeons down. Now, I'm going to warn everybody. If there's anyone out there watching this stream right now and you're thinking, man, you know what I would really love to do right now? Go to the bathroom. I would really like to grab a snack. I want some coffee. I'm telling you right now, do it now. Because this is the most boring part of the run, and I encourage everyone to leave right now. Go and do whatever break you need to do. Because this is the last long section of sailing before I have the warp song. I have to sail across the world to Greatfish. Then I'm going to sail over to Windfall, watch a cutscene, get bombs, and then I'm going to sail across the entire ocean again to Outset. But then be sure to be back because I'm saving Grandma, and I know you all want to see that. But yeah, this is the one long sail section, because after this, I get the warp song, and I don't have to sail for long anymore. Because then the longest sailing section in the whole game left is like 2 coordinates. So yeah, if there's anything you need to grab, the bathroom, anything, now is the time to do it. Do it. Okay, I will. Thanks for taking over, Chad. Much appreciated. And as you can see, clearly Linka 7's advice was really good because even I listened to it. I went BRB. Does anyone know if fighting the forest reducing works when refighting the boss later in the game? I think so, but it does not work on any other boss. That I can tell you for sure. Yeah. Hey, you know what's good at least? If you're watching this live right now, hey, we can have any conversation we want, chat. Speaking of which, let me catch up a little bit. Thank you, Rave, so much for 61-month resub on Twitch, saying, shoo, everyone leave right now. No, come back, come back, come back. Thank you, Shyam, for the tier 3 69-month. Nice. Resub, saying, what's up, Link is not much. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Silver. Link is, are you going to do Savage Labyrinth of HP Revealing Mask? No, this is any %, but I will have to do first 30 floors because that is required. An ad just hit. It did not want you to have a conversation. Sorry about that. Thank you, Silver Dr. Mar, for the 57 month. Thank you everybody so much on Twitch for the support. I appreciate it. Hey, Linkus, what's your favorite Pokemon type? Dragon. I did get the Swift Sail, and now I'm just having to sail across the ocean to get the bombs and get the warp song. Like I said, this is the one part of the game that is like a snooze fest where no matter what you do, you can't escape it, even if you know where to go. You just got to do some long sailing sections. Linkus, would you be down to do a run where you do all statues from the statues guy outside of the I see what you're trying to ask. So I actually back in my day, back when I was younger, I actually did do a speed run of something called 100% plus all menus plus all figurines. What that basically means is do everything in the game that can possibly be tracked anywhere and also get all the figurines. So that means like anywhere that you can have any progression or completion. So like any dungeon, any side map, any chart, full salvaging of everything, plus all the figurines, plus 100%. So like anything you can do in the game has to be completed in that run, basically. It's as like pure of 100% as you can do. I did used to do that run, actually, and it takes right below 12 hours, if I remember right. Maybe now they've optimized it, but back then it took like 11 hours. So with a full speedrun route and memorizing, because I memorized the whole thing eventually, when you memorize the whole route and you're able to do it perfect, it takes about 11 hours to do everything that you're asking about. All right. And now you have to do this one cutscene, because there's no way, there's no way, there are so many passwords in this game, there's not really any way to be able to, unfortunately, skip this cutscene. You actually have to watch it and see what the password is. So glad to see one of my favorite streamers live playing the best game love from the UK. Yo, thank you, Jones. I appreciate that. And I hope that the weather is treating you all right. I don't know what the weather is like right now, but I know y'all had a heat wave a week or two ago. Oh, you're asking, like, how long would it take to just get the figurines if you start a timer late and there's nothing else? You actually couldn't do that because there's a couple of permanently missable ones that you have to get throughout the game. But if I disregard those 3 permanently missable ones or 4, and I just do it right at the end of the game, then I think I could probably collect all of them in only, like, 1 to 3 hours. It would not take that long, as you would imagine, when you have it routed out. Especially because on HD, you can get 12 pictures at a time, not 3 like GameCube. Linkus, how long do you think it would take you to brute force the password? I really don't know. All right, let's see what the password is. Here we go. Hold! Gotta write this down. Wow. What even does that mean? A sailing vessel with 2 or more masts, characterized by its fore and aft rigging, sails that run back and forth. Cool. All right. What? I have to capitalize the S? No shot. No shot, really? It's that picky? Well, hey. At least this settled any debate about if this was intended percent or not. Boom, ba-doo, ba-doo, boop, 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 boom. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Streamer, actually, intended you would have to fall down. That was too good, because I got stuck here for 10 minutes. That was too good of you. We're just too good, Chad. We are just too good. All right, let's get out of here. All right, everybody. It is time for, unfortunately, a little bit more sailing. Believe it or not, this is the last part, but we still got some more. We have to sail and play. We have to place the pearls, and we have to get the last pearl from Outset. So this is the last part. Here we go. You guys want more pwings? What an incredible noise. Whoa. Hello. What? You actually go a slightly faster if you mash A, because you get a tiny speed boost every time you take out the sail. That's why I'm not spamming it the whole time. Oh no! I was such a casual. I accidentally got picked up by the Cyclops, and I can't even fight him because I don't have a bow. No! Darn! Please pick a location in the southern coordinates. Please pick one. South, 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 south. South, 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 south. I'll take it. It saved no time, but I'll take it. At least it didn't lose time. So if you don't know, if you get sucked up by that guy before you learn the song, he warps you randomly to one of the 8 locations that around the ocean. So he can warp you to Windfall, Dragon Roost, Tingle, Southern Ferry, Outset, or Forest Haven. So if you get really lucky, it can put you 2 outsets so you don't have to sail. Chat, come on. Hi, Fox. Hope you're doing good, my friend. Linkus, if they're making an Ocarina of Time remaster, do you think that means they're going to do Majora's Mask Randomizer next? What I said is I think it all depends on how successful the OT remake is. I think if this reimagining new title reboot, kind of like doing what they've always wanted with a title, does super well, kind of like Resident Evil has gotten lucky with Resident Evil, you know, 2, 3, and 4. I think they're going to keep doing that, Nintendo that is, with Zelda. But if it's only somewhat successful, then I think they're only going to do it for the most successful titles out there and not all of them. That's my theory. I'm super excited for the OT remaster. I'm actually really, really, really looking forward to it. All right, chat, let's save Grandma. I know you've all been wanting to. Oh. Yay! Yeah, I don't want to get into like a deep conversation about the Ocarina of Time remake, but my hot take about the Ocarina of Time remake that people get really upset about is I hope that they're not afraid to make any changes they want. I hope they're not afraid if they don't like something to cut, and I hope they're not afraid to add. That's my hope. People get really mad when I say that, but here's my opinion. If you want a one-on-one remake, play OT 3D. Literally, that is a one-on-one remake. You already have 2 exact ways to play Ocarina of Time. It's Ocarina of Time and it's Ocarina of Time 3D, okay? If you want almost no changes or just new graphics with the same feel, just play the 2 versions that exist. If they're gonna go with this brand new graphic thing and rebooting thing, I hope they go all in. If they go, I don't like how the structure of Hyrule Field is, I think it should be more connected with the other overworld, then do that. Don't be afraid, just make it its own thing. And people get mad when I say that because they're like, I don't want too much difference. Or like, oh, but they shouldn't cut or add. But like, no. Make it its own new thing, man. I already have a remake of OT, and we already have a bazillion ways to play the original OT through ports, Nintendo Switch Online, remakes, you name it. Like, we don't need another one. I actually hope this one goes in its own picture. But like I said, people will get mad no matter what they do. If they do exactly the same, people will get mad it's not unique enough. And if people go to unique, they're going to be mad because they're going to be like, but I really like this area in the game that was cut. You know what I mean? If they do that. But like I said, I hope they go new cut way. I hope they're willing to cut, and I hope they're willing to add new stuff. if they think this overworld is a little bit annoying to run across, so we're going to slightly tinker how the overworld is to make it feel more connected, I hope they're willing to do that too. Like, I'm okay with large changes. Yeah, I think the best way I would put the way I hope they do is exactly what Resident Evil 4 did. I know this is a Zelda channel, but if you've not played Resident Evil 4 versus Resident Evil 4 Remake, so Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 4 Remake, it does not use the original map at all. They literally made an entire new layout, and they changed how the layout works in the game by a good bit, and they completely removed multiple sections of the remake just because they wanted it to be more seamless and connected. And it is by far really good. And most of the changes that they made, people did not mind. But some people who played the original RE4 were mad that they cut like 2 or 3 bosses or areas in the castle section, as an example. But I didn't mind that because the overall game as a whole was better with the new reimagining. So that's what I mean by, like, even though everyone agrees that the new layout is better and it's way more traversable and it's way better in almost every aspect, you still had people mad that they cut even some stuff. Even though they added a lot of new stuff. So like I said, people will always be mad, but I hope they're not afraid. Do exactly what you need to. Cut an ad. I hope, my dream, I think, is that they actually add the scrapped dungeon that they always wanted to add for the first Life Medallion. If they add in the Life Medallion as like a dungeon, that would be super cool. Instead of just giving you the Life Medallion when you turn adult. Yeah, you could also expand Ice Cavern, exactly, and make it like an actual dungeon instead of just a cave. And if you, because actually, that's a great example. That's a great example of what I mean. So if you played Ocarina of Time, you will know that Ice Cavern was supposed to be a full-out dungeon, but it's this weird mini cave with a few puzzles that just gives you a dungeon item and then a song at the end. And it's just like, you just jump into the dungeon in like a random cave. If they reimagine that whole area, so like at the edge, you know, of like Zora's Domain, you get into like a whole frost area that they add, right? And then in this frost area, you have this like full out ice dungeon, right? Like that's an easy example of like, if you want to reimagine it, you could totally do that and expand it to its original vision instead of this like random cave in the wall with some mini puzzles. Also, great news for everybody watching. We only have 1.5 more coordinates to sail, and we're finally done with the resident sleeper part of the run. We're about to be done with sailing. And the next time I get in the boat, I instantly get the warp song, if you're wondering. So that's why I'm saying we're about to be done with sailing. Either way, like I said, the thing that is going to be controversial if Nintendo goes that direction is that to add, you also have to cut. You can't just add and add and add. If you want to make a seamless, good game, you often also have to cut or make changes to existing stuff. And that's where I think people are going to have a harder time. But we'll see. I don't really have much else to add. I'm excited to see the first gameplay announcement, though, from OT. I'm really excited to see it. Also, if I had to think of what... Wait, last thing. If I had to think of one change I want them to make for Ocarina of Time Remake, I think I would like for them to extend the Mwep King Zora section about 10 times. I think if we got a solid 3 minutes straight of Mwep, I think that would be good. that would probably bring the game to a pure 10 out of 10. Wep. 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 Linkus, let's say that they have nothing to add to the game. Do you think that there is anything that they should cut? Do you mean in Ocarina of Time? I think if they want to make it more modern, I think that they should probably... I think my theory, if they don't add anything but just modernize it, is that they're going to make the feel very different. I think they would change... I think they're changing the overworld. That's my big main theory. I think they're going to make it feel more like a connected overworld. I'm guessing they're going to use this to, like, try and do the vision, because Nintendo's always wanted a little bit more open world feeling. So my theory would be that instead of having, like, a very big, empty field and then a bunch of loading zones to take you to areas, I think they're going to want to try to make it feel less empty in the middle and then naturally connect to the different areas. So it feels like you're exploring a larger world rather than loading zones. But we'll see. And also, I know people like that are original Zelda fans hate when I say I think they're going to want to make it open world. I think people misinterpret the open world thing. I think me and the vast majority of people don't have a problem with open world. We have a problem when they do open world and they scrap what makes traditional Zelda games, like the dungeons and like the dungeon items, and getting more progression as you beat each dungeon. That's like the main thing I think that all of us like, that progression. I don't mind the open world, the overworld becoming open world, as long as that natural traditional progression of dungeons and items exist. Most people when they hear open world just think big empty map. But that's what OT already is. I had to break it to you. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna have to actually lock in a little bit here, believe it or not, because I never complete the first floor of Tower of the Gods. Even glitchless skips the first floor, because there is a glitchless way that you can leaf into the waterfall and skip it. So I'm gonna have to really lock in to get through this, I guess. All right, here we go. Enjoy the dungeon, Linkus. Thanks. All right, so we're gonna get the statue. Don't. Is he gonna hit me? Oh, we're good. Nice. Do you think I can make this cycle? Let's see. Nice. Not too bad. Yes, for people who are asking on the YouTube live stream, quickly, by the way, yes, I have a lot of streams planned that will be being dual streamed. I'm going to be dual streaming way more than I have in the past. Basically, before I said I would only dual stream on randomizers that I have already done in the past, basically. But I am expanding that to also being content that I think is a little bit more interesting. So certain challenge runs that I'm planning to making into YouTube videos will be live streamed here now too. So like, I mean, like what you're watching right now, right? So like this speedrun right here, or maybe I have... I'm having a really fun Tears of the Kingdom project made. Cool mod that is going to be a very fun, challenging thing. So I'm, for example, going to be dual streaming that as well. I'm also going to be dual streaming the randomizers as I have been. But yeah, I'm just going to be expanding to do more. The only type of content that I will not dual stream is if I just do something random with my friends, maybe. Or if I, like, doing testing or practice or things like that. But for anything that is, like, of more value than just, like, community-driven, I will be dual streaming it. Yo, thank you so much, William, for the $10 super chat. That is super generous of you. Thank you so, so much. Saying, recently started following, got me into randomizers. Yo, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that you've been enjoying the randomizers. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think randomizers is one of those things that are really addicting. I think the thing that makes randomizers so fun is that it's one of the only forms of... It's probably the first form of an idea that has been made by the community that allows you to... that allows casuals to also enjoy single-player games more. Because you can only play through a single-player game so many times, and there's only so many, you know, challenges that you can do. So because of that, most of us that have been interested in replaying single-player games have been doing speedrunning. Because speedrunning is a way to extend the, you know, enjoyment and gameplay of a single-player game. But only so many people want to dedicate time learning how to speedrun a video game. And I think randomizers have really bridged that gap, where it's no longer just speedrunners who will do a randomizer, even casuals will. And I don't mean that in a negative way at all. I mean that as a positive. That you can make a randomizer as challenging as you want. You can make it super hard, like CFG will do. If you've seen CFG, you know what I'm talking about. And randomize everything, and still make it interesting for a diehard speedrunner like him. But you can also make it with normal settings, is what I would call it. And, you know, then a casual can enjoy it as well. It's kind of what makes, you know, multiplayer games so fun. It's the same game, but it's, like, a little bit different each time. I think randomizers hit that same itch. I think I'm gonna miss the cycle, but that's fine. Damn. If you're wondering what that sound was, by the way, that sound right there was my forest water expiring. We've just been going so fast that I kind of forgot about it. You should be able to unlock a randomizer mode after beating the main story. I do think I think at the moment it's probably going to be limited to indie games, but I think as the popularity expands, I think more AAA games might consider starting to add randomizer or challenge modes of some sort to base games, I think. Linkus, do you remember your first playthrough of Wind Waker? Not really. I remember growing up with Wind Waker, but I don't know. I had a tendency, because I didn't know how to read English and there's no Swedish translation of video games. My memories for video games in Zelda or any difficult game as a kid was that I never beat them. My only memories are basically starting the game, bonking my head against the wall to figure out what to do without being able to read any of the text. And then when I get to a place that I either couldn't figure out how to do or was just too hard, I would restart the game and play that same part and replay the game again. So I never figured out how to do the Triforce collecting part as a kid. So I played from start up to Wind Temple multiple times, but I never beat the game. I just didn't know how to do it. I would never figure it out. Most games that I beat as a kid were actually almost all exclusively on the NES or the Super Nintendo, because most of them didn't have text, so I never got stuck. Or I got games like Mario 64. So those are like most of the games that I actually like beat as a kid, and I very much remember a playthrough of. I think the hardest game I remember beating as a kid was Contra Alien Wars. Me and my brother, we got through that without the code, which felt good. Yeah. I was about to do the leaf pump method, and then I realized in 10% I actually have to rope across. I was about... It's really hard because when I'm like just having fun talking to Chad, it's really easy to like just lock in and accidentally start doing strats. Linkus, how much do you hate Tower of the Gods? Tower of the Gods is definitely the weakest dungeon, I think in my opinion, of this game. It's a side-scroller hidden into a dungeon. Also, I need to attempt to reset the audio because it is slightly desynced and it's driving me crazy. Hold on. Oh, thank God. Yeah, I spliced the run. You got me, Chad. This is on actual hardware. I'm playing this on an actual Wii U. All right, time for the mini-boss. 2 hours and we're at Tower of the Gods. That's what I'm saying. I think people will be shocked by just being pretty good at the game, but knowing exactly where to go. Even following everything intended percent-wise. And I even got bullied into something. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Because there was like 20% of chat that ended up saying that ended up agreeing with me, and 80% of people disagreeing. I even ended up stopping saving and quitting. Before, at the start, I only did save and quits for places that you never skipped anything, but then people got mad at me for using them at all. So now I'm literally not using them at all. So I hope you enjoy walking, because we just added another few minutes of walking. So I was just the start. I'm even running everywhere. But you'll see, even with all of it, we will still beat this game very fast. Trust me. That 25 hours to beat the game, intended percent, is going to be destroyed. We are going to destroy that estimate. Is it hard, Linkus, to play this game casually with all the glitches, you know? It's hard. I've only made one slip up, and I made it into an example. That room, after I explained how you're not allowed to do leaf pumps or leaf cancels to grab ledges quicker, and then literally 5 seconds later, I did a leaf grab, I realized that I did one as I did it, so I just, like, naturally pretended that it was part of the example of showing what I was not allowed to do, so that's why I reverted. But Yeah, no, that was actually a mistake. That was not that was not supposed to be part of the explanation. That was me realizing, oopsie, I just said I was not gonna do that and I just did it. So then I said, so like this right here, this is what I'm not allowed to do. So I immediately went back and did it again. Nice, Divine. Yes, this is all live. Keys? Keys? Thank you. Okay. Oh, wait, I remember how to do this casually. You're supposed to get in, then get stuck, and then use them to get out. Sorry, brain fart. Fly in here. Linkus, why have I never thought about using the boomerang? Yeah, that's just kind of the safe way to do it. Linkus, do you prefer streaming on YouTube or Twitch? The only thing I dislike about streaming on YouTube as much as Twitch is two things. One is that it slightly can affect your algorithm, and what I mean by that is I don't feel like I can stream as... On Twitch, I don't really care if I stream something that is really not popular, but it's just fun for me and maybe a few people in my community. Does that make sense? But I have to care about that on YouTube because it's part of the YouTube channel where you upload videos. Like, as an example, let's say that I wanted to do... Let's pretend I wanted to do a community archipelago, or I wanted to do a community Jackbox game, you know? And it's just for the community. That would be a type of stream that would really not do well on YouTube at all. And it would be as the type of thing that I basically could only really do on Twitch. So that's an example where I prefer streaming on Twitch over YouTube. So if it's entirely community driven like that, and it is like super hyper fixated on one thing, then it would be better on Twitch than YouTube. The other reason, the only other thing that I think is better with Twitch than YouTube is, for streaming on my perspective, is that I don't have to make a thumbnail. If I stream on YouTube, I have to make a thumbnail, which just is a little bit more planning and work. Thankfully now, though, when I got a thumbnail artist, it's a lot easier. But that's the two things. That's why, though, that's why I said that dual streams is going to be more and more frequent, and I'm going to do more of them, but I'm still keeping them to... Oh, I was about... She's right there. I was just about to do... A little mini skip. Caught myself halfway through doing it. Muscle memory kick thing. Anyways, that's why I'm going to stick to doing... I have to bring the statues over casually. That's why I'm going to stick to doing randomizers or challenge runs or special speed runs that are no reset or commentated to YouTube only. And for things that are more community driven or smaller things like that, or maybe I'm just like in Discord playing games with my friends, I'll keep that to Twitch. That's going to be the split. Really? Lexus? I guess that makes sense because, like, let's be real. There's technically work you could do on YouTube. There's not really any work reasons you need to be on Twitch. Well, like I said, then I hope you look forward to it because, yeah. This week alone, I think I have 5 other streams planned for YouTube. Or this week and early next week, I should say. We got things from randomizers to Zelda to Mario and all in between. Plenty of cool content coming up. Anyways, that's Tower of the Gods, chat. Not bad. All right, let's see how fast we can beat this boss, Chad. Damn, almost the one cycle. Oh, I need to equip bombs. Yeah, now when you say it, I actually never really thought about the boss music here before. You're right, it's kind of a banger. This is a random fact that most people do not know about me that people almost get mad at me for. The majority of speedruns and randomizers that I play, I don't play with audio. I've started in more recent times because I've gotten a better setup, but for the longest time, I did not have a proper professional enough setup where I could separate my audio well. So I could only properly output my audio to the stream and not myself. So from 2013, when I started making content, until about 2022, I had zero game audio ever. I never had game audio. This is the first setup where I can theoretically use some form of game audio if needed. And it's a pretty clean fight. Yeah, I would agree with that. This is a very cool atmospheric dungeon, even if the progression is quite boring. Jojo, dreams can always exist. So Linkus, was the headset just a facade for 9 years? Most of the time I didn't use a headset, and if I did, it was usually so I could hear alerts. All right. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bing! All right. Cutscene time. I actually did beat Sploosh Kaboom first try in this run. Chat basically peer pressured me into doing it. Linkus, do you have any video game recommendations? I enjoy Tears of the Kingdom and Hollow Knight. Please, I am so bored. Well, if you enjoy Tears of the Kingdom and Hollow Knight, I would recommend Breath of the Wild. Sorry, if you enjoy Hollow Knight and Tears of the Kingdom, I recommend Breath of the Wild and Silksong. It's the prequel and sequel to the two games you like. Yo, that's awesome, Gleam. Welcome to the stream. Papanada. This is one of the only aspects in the game where I actually think that GameCube does it better than HD, because of the bloom adding kind of like this brownish kind of faint color to everything. It doesn't feel the same as GameCube, because GameCube, here everything looks black and white. Here everything does not look black and white, everything looks washed out. Do you know what I mean by that? I think it's a very different vibe. All right, time for the castle. Yeah, it just felt more powerful for this whole place to be black and white and then turn into color instead of it being kind of just like washed. You really can see vaguely the colors here. The red, the blue, and the yellow and stuff. Alright, let's see if I remember how to do these puzzles optimally. It's been a hot minute, but I think I remember how to do it. Because it used to be part of the glitchless run. Oops. Bang! Not bad. I spent way too long in this puzzle. Sorry, chat. That is not going to happen on this run. Yeah, they can slightly go through each other for a short period of time. Okay. And there it is. There's the Master Sword. We're doing pretty good, chat. Compared to the 25-hour main story pace, I think this is pretty good. If I had to make an honest guess, I would guess in 2.5 hours for a casual, I think that most likely they have either they probably are currently at Windfall after Forsaken Fortress. Or best case, they've arrived at Dragon Roost. I feel like many people would still be around Forsaken Fortress 1 to Windfall at this point. This is such a cinematic cutscene. I love this. I love this game. I guess big surprise, I did dedicate my entire career to playing it, but still. Alright. This is gonna be one of these sections, though, that does kind of... that feel painful to me to play. This right here... you always skip these fights. There's a really easy out of bounds to let you skip this entire combat section. So actually fighting them here goes against everything that I'm used to. But I think I should be able to get through it really quickly, to be honest with you. The main thing that really helps you with combating these guys, in case you do not know, most of Nintendo's like added in checks to make these harder are all reliant on blocking your attacks, and almost all of them happen from you targeting the game. So if you basically continuously attack enemies without target, then they almost never block you. I say almost because some directions and angles, like that, right there, can still hit. But for the most part, most of the armors do not get hit if you hold forward stabs without target. I do not want to hit him behind. There we go. I guess technically I don't need all the belts and the skulls. I actually definitely do not need the skulls. I just thought I would pick up the belts because even though this is technically any percent, I feel like I should get the hurricane spin. I feel like the hurricane spin is what I would... I feel like it kind of feels like something I gotta get. It feels essential to me. So I was planning on picking all of those up. Okay, then we gotta take down this enemy. One thing that a lot of people might not know about Wind Waker that is not the same in all Zelda games. In Wind Waker, they genuinely do double your damage when you get the Master Sword. It's not just like for visual or making the hitbox longer like some of the other games. It makes a huge damage difference. So, yeah, attacking enemies, especially with the double hits, because the double hits are a new feature in Wind Waker HD, by the way. Look here. Did you see that that was double, single? That can't happen in the original game. Like I said, they expanded combat a lot. They added in jump spin attacks as an actual damage source. And they added in double hits if you're close enough to do forward stabs. Just to kind of motivate you to try some more of the combats that is in this game. Because in the original game, there's a lot of depths to the combat. But there's no benefit to learning it. So... it's one thing that is kind of cool about HD. So that's how I'm able to take him down so fast. I have double damage, which makes it 5 hits instead of 10. And I'm doing the forward stabs. So that makes him basically die in 3 hits instead of 5. All right. And now we are finally gonna get the warp song. All right, let's do it. Oh! I cannot believe that did not suck me up. That's crazy. Do-do-do-do. Pwing? Yeah, you guys want some pwings? Hi, Paxor. How are you doing today, my friend? Okay, gotta shoot this guy down. Nice. Are camera controls inverted in this game? Okay, so camera controls are not inverted, which in the vanilla game, they are inverted, so it feels inverted. But basically, this game's default setting is standard, unlike GameCube that is inverted. But thankfully, they actually have an option to change camera controls. So I changed it back to be inverted because I'm used to GameCube. Thank you. All right. Yo, thank you, Yoyen, for the 82-month resub on Twitch. I appreciate that. Saying Link is casual, impossible, isn't it? It is difficult to believe, isn't it? Oops. Didn't mean to warp here yet. What is the quick wind readjustment? I've only played original Wind Waker. So the Swift Sail, which was added to Wind Waker HD, not only doubles your sailing speed, it also automatically changes the wind direction to be wherever you're facing it with the sail. All right. Yeah, I've had conversations in the past about inverted versus non-inverted camera controls, and the way I will explain it, because people are always a little bit confused about how inverted or non-inverted camera controls are, and it comes down to, I'm specifically talking about third-person games, so like Wind Waker right now, okay? So like far back cameras like this right now. This is where it comes down to what you are going to find. Right now, do you believe that the camera, that if my C-stick right here, right, that changes the camera, do you view it as I'm controlling a camera, or do you view it as I am the player? Because that's the key distinction. If you view it as I'm controlling the camera, then you prefer inverted. If you view it as I am inside of the character, then you don't prefer inverted. What do I mean by that? Think about this practically in the real world. I am a cameraman behind Link right now. If I move to the left, then you see to the right. Does that make sense? Think about it, right? If I move to the left, you see to the right. And if I move to the right, you see to the left. That's inverted. Now, even if this is a third-person camera, if you still view it as, no, I still view myself as Link. So if I go left, I should see left, because if I turn my head left, I see left. Does that make sense? Then you will find non-inverted or standard, whatever you want to call it, to be more natural. So it really just comes down to that simple change. Do you think when you're touching a C-stick in a third-person game specifically, am I controlling a camera, or am I controlling where the player should be seeing? I always viewed it as I'm moving a camera, and that's why I think it's more natural to do inverted. Of course, this does not apply to first person or over the shoulder, because then it's completely different, and it makes way more sense to me that it goes wherever I look. If I go left, you know what I mean? Because the camera is locked by the shoulder or by the head. So first person or shoulder camera, that makes more sense to me to not do inverted, but for a camera like this, where it's far away, I will always stick to inverted. Yeah, that's the game aspect of it. All right, and that's, I feel like when you learn how to, first of all, ground spawns, that's good RNG, and then second of all, when you learn how to defeat him, it's so fast to do this. And there's the Skull Hammer. How did you do that so fast, Linkus? I exclusively damaged him with jump spin attacks, which has a really high damage output, so you can 2-cycle him. There's actually a 50% chance of him landing in the air, a 50% chance of him spawning on the ground. I just happened to get lucky. That's why I didn't have to do the tennis. Or I guess unlucky if you wanted to see it. Nice. I have to make sure anytime I see a Bokoblin, I grapple them to pick up the Joy Pendants, because I still do need 21 to beat the game. Thank you, Jack, for the 43-month resub, my friend. I appreciate that. Skullhammer Bong. Oh, God. I need to sneeze. Achoo! Bless you. Thank you, chat. Yeah, you need 21 joy pendants for Miss Marie, and that's when she gives you the, Oh, bad wind. That's when she gives you the Cabana Deed, which is the way to enter Private Oasis, which is required to beat the game, because there's a Triforce piece in there. Link is, what are the chances that you will do a glitch without wanting to? I mean, I guess there's a small chance, but I feel like the further in I've gotten, the more my muscle memory is getting used to not doing one. All right, I'm about to watch a cutscene here. This is like the cutscene part where in the game where they change the story. This is the longest cutscenes coming up here. So I'm gonna eat a banana as a little bit of energy to get through the stream. I recommend everyone else watching to eat a banana because Donkey Kong is awesome, and he told me to. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone saying that they're allergic to a banana before. That's crazy to me. I actually just ate a bucket of banana ice cream. I don't know if that counts to eating bananas, but you know... It does sound delicious. I'll give you a pass. So no, the reason this is the longest cutscene heavy part of the game is because you get the Helm Rock cutscene here, then you fight Helm Rock, then you get a cutscene with Ganon, then you get a cutscene with the King, and then you get a cutscene getting the Fire and Ice arrows, and it's all back to back. So it's technically not one cutscene, it's 4 cutscenes layered back to back to back, creating the longest dense cutscene part of the game. Yeah, unfortunately, the pirates are not invisible anymore. Because I did, you know, watch the cutscenes. How's a good banana, chat? I would give it a solid 8 out of 10. It's not the best banana I've had, but it's not the worst. A little bit too ripe for me. I like when they're like... have the slightest amount of green left, so there's a little bit of crunch to them. But I know some other people love when they're overly sweet and ripe. Anyways, time for my favorite casual boss in the game. Let's do it. Yeah, exactly. The tiniest bit of green or like right as they turn full yellow. All right, here we go. First, you have this beautiful cinematic going up here, you know, this whole stage, and then you knock him down. By the way, earlier I mentioned that there's a lot of rules in glitchless that makes this very different from my intended percent we're doing today. This is one of them. Do you see the spikes right there? That's blocking your path. So in a glitchless speedrun, you are able to skip this boss fight. Because what you can do is you can place a bomb, jump on top of the spikes, and then side hop, take out your DQ leaf, perform a jump slash. At the peak of your jump slash, the bomb explodes, knocking you on top of the spikes, letting you skip the boss fight. According to the rules of glitchless, that is technically not a glitch because you just used intended mechanics in a exploitive way. However, according to my rules, that is absolutely not intended and absolutely a major skip, and we are not able to do it. We are gonna fight Helmrock. One more. Nice. Perfect RNG. All right, and that's the boss. We actually got perfect RNG for the double effects. That's awesome. All right, there it is. That is one thing, though, about HD, though. So it's really hard to, it's really hard to one-cycle that boss on the GameCube. But due to how much damage jump spin attacks deals, you can get him down so fast. Anyways, that's nice. We'll take it. And of course, we always got to pick up the heart containers because they're right there. And who wouldn't? You know what I mean? All right, GG. Now cutscene time. Hi, Mira. Hi, Linkus. First time catching a stream live. I'm not watching live, though. I'm catching up on what I missed. Thanks for all the videos. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, I guess when you get here, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the videos, and I hope you'll enjoy this VOD. There's a lot of interesting conversations we've had today. Linkus, another banana? No, I don't think I need more than one banana. Dude, I feel like I just like consume so much berries and fruit nowadays. It's crazy. Because like I'm currently I've said this on stream before once or twice, but I'm currently in a part of my life where like I'm eating healthy and I'm losing some weight, and one of the 3 meals I eat every single day is just yogurt, and then a Greek yogurt, and then a ton of veggies and berries that are healthy. That's one meal every single day I have. So I don't eat too much, but I feel like I eat too much because 1/3 of my calories are just going to like a stupid amount. What kind of berries? Blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, bananas, blackberry. I just kind of rotate them around. Apples. Yo, thank you, Kirsty, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support on YouTube. I wish you good luck, but I'm gonna go take a nap. Sounds great, my friend. Hope you have a great nap. Well, if you're gonna do that, then I'm going to, in retaliation though, plug in my headset, because it's about to die. Take that. Bang. Hi, dum-dum. Lingonberry on Greek yogurt does not sound good, even as a Swede. Those flavor palettes would not match. Ooh. Lingonberry is way too bitter and not fun unless you make it into like a a spread slash jam on the side, but then you have add like a lot of sugar to make it happen. Like, just pure lingonberries are so bitter. You really gotta make it into, like, you know, like on IKEA, you get it on the side with your, you know, with your, like, Swedish meatballs and mashed potatoes and stuff like that. But, like, that's because they've, like, made it into a nice, tasty spread by adding a bunch of sugars and stuff. Yeah, lingonberry juice, too. You, like I said, you gotta sweeten it. Lingonberry on its own is one thing. Have you ever done a DS game randomizer? Actually, I recently did my first ever Phantom Hourglass randomizer, and that is going to be an edited video coming out on YouTube within, hopefully, the next 2 to 3 weeks. It's being edited right now as we speak. So stay tuned for that. Okay, 2 more cutscenes. Hey Linkus, I'm curious, what would be the best Zelda game for me to play on a Nintendo Wii? Well, my favorite would be Wind Waker, #1. And then #2, I would probably pick Ocarina of Time Virtual Console. 3, I would probably pick Twilight Princess GameCube. 4, I would pick A Link to the Past, Super Nintendo Virtual Console. 5, I would put Majora's Mask. And then 6, I would put Zelda 1. 7, I would put Zelda 2. 8, I would put Skyward Sword. Enjoy. Yeah, the Nintendo Wii, I've said this for the longest time. The Nintendo Wii is the best console Nintendo ever made. I think the Switch is tied finally, but the Nintendo Wii was truly the greatest console because not only did it have native GameCube and Wii support, which is some of the greatest consoles of all time, and like strongest title releases, but also they didn't just have default bad emulation. They had hand-tinkered one-on-one individual emulation to make sure that it was truly seamless and perfect running. Unlike most other modern consoles, they go for a full emulator approach. It was more almost like partial ports, basically, that the Wii went for. And the Wii had basically ports for all the best N64 games. Super Nintendo, NES. It even had like Genesis and some other random consoles too. So, and you had the biggest support for controllers you wanted, because you had full compatibility with every GameCube port, and also all the controllers and third-party controllers that came with the Wii or with the attachment on the Wii controller. The problem with the Wii U, why it's not as good, is because the Wii U does not have native GameCube support. And I think GameCube has a bigger library that's more interesting than Wii U. On top of that as well, the Wii U actually has some of the worst emulation, unfortunately, out of any virtual console out there. That was the first console they switched to emulation, and it was not good, and they never patched it. So the Nintendo 64 virtual console on the Wii U has really bad input delay. And the NES and the SNES ones are all right, I guess. They do have some poor choice of colors, though. But anyways, the Nintendo Switch, though, I would say is actually the first console that comes close, because the Switch has a huge library of games and third-party games because, you know, it got so popular. It also had amazing backwards compatibility for NES, SNES, and N64. And even though the launch N64 had bad emulation, they actually patched it and made it pretty good for a casual now. So it's not bad anymore to play Switch N64 games, which is really exciting. I would say the only thing that really misses with that is, technically speaking, the Nintendo GameCube support is missing there. But one cool thing, though, about that is Switch 2, you know, has all 4 consoles now support, good emulation, and it can play all Switch 1 and 2 games. So the Switch 2 is technically like more like... People get mad at me for saying this, but I'm just going to be honest. At least as of right now, I'm sure later in the console's life cycle, maybe in a year or two, it's going to change. As of right now, the Switch 2 is not Switch 2. Right now, the Switch 2 is a Switch Pro. I'm sure they're going to keep releasing games and make it feel way more justified. But, like, as of right now, it is still very much a Switch Pro. So, to me, it's very hard to distinguish between Switch 1 and 2. I don't feel like it's really holding up its own yet with the Switch 2. But, yeah. As they drop support for the Switch 1 and more, you know, really crazy games that can only work on the Switch 2 come out, then I will definitely feel different about it. I think. Linkus, would you call this a normal playthrough? I would say that I would almost take it as an insult if this was called a normal playthrough. But not for me, on everyone in the world who's played this game casually. Because if this is considered a playthrough, then you're basically calling everyone else a noob. Everyone else would be a noob. Because if this is the standard for what is considered a playthrough, then everyone who played this game got cooked. Anyways, this is a speedrun, but I'm trying to beat the game as fast as possible. I'm just not allowed to do any skips or glitches. That's basically it. So I'm following what intended would be considered. It's a bit based upon everyone saying that when I do a speedrun, it's considered cheating. So I'm really answering the question, well, how fast can you truly beat Wind Waker without cheating? Cheating. Apparently, the Switch 1 is going to be dropped in Europe relatively soon due to the new consumer protection laws passed relative to battery accessibility. Yeah, it's a tough one. I actually don't have a problem with it. I know some people online are twisting it in a bad way, but here's what I'll say. Making product, every time a company says, oh, these right to repairs are going to destroy big companies, I think it's a total lie. It's not a problem as long as there's a grace period. Because if companies start designing with that in mind, it's not hard to design around it, and it's not a problem. It's only a problem for existing products because they are right. It would be either super expensive or impossible on a lot of existing products to add repairability to some of them. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? So I actually don't have a problem with it at all. Just make it so that from now on, like, you know, starting 3 or 5 years from now, every product coming out has to be repairable in some way, like batteries or screens and stuff like that. And then no problem, because it was designed with that in mind. And then it's not a big deal. Adding screws instead of glue probably costs them 30 cents, let's be real. And it might be like a millimeter thicker in size. But I don't think the Switch 1 is worth redesigning to make repairable. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why I think Nintendo's just saying no way. Like, that console was already almost going to be discontinued no matter what. It's been out now for 9 years, 9.5 years. It would be kind of crazy to redesign a 10-year-old console entirely and, like, redo in production to add repairability to it. So, yeah, that one makes total sense. I don't think that means that the bill is bad. Yeah, like they did do that with the Red Wii, but they didn't do that with the Red Wii for repairability. They did that because they had remaining stock and they wanted to get rid of remaining stock by selling it for cheaper. The wind was in the wrong direction. I'll take that. I'll take that out. Okay, I'm just gonna shoot you. Because... Thank you. I guess I have to sidle here because my wind isn't right, and I'm not allowed to leaf pump. Alright. Linkus, do you think I should play Skyward Sword on the Nintendo Wii? Okay, even if you love Skyward Sword, if you don't own it already, don't play it on the Wii. I mean that not because I want to be a hater. I mean that because Skyward Sword HD is about, and I'm not saying this in necessarily a bad way, I just mean this in an honest way. Skyward Sword HD is about as lazy as a remake gets. It is basically a one-on-one remake. It truly is. It uses interpolation to make it 60 frames per second. It uses the identical engine. It's running the same engine. It is not changed in almost any regard. And they only just basically added new controller support. And if you still want motion controls, you can still just use motion controls through the Joy-Cons and not, you know, by using a controller. So... yeah, no, if you don't already own it, get the HD version. It's just gonna look better and play better and have more controller options with no negatives. There is no changes in the gameplay that you'll be missing out on. And it's not even, like, visually, you know, controversial the way that Wind Waker HD is. Like, Wind Waker HD is the tiniest bit controversial because some people don't like glue. Skyward Sword HD did nothing to really change it. It's just upscaled. It's the same thing with, like, Twilight Princess HD compared to Twilight Princess. It's the same thing there, where, like, they basically just upscale it. So, yeah, I would absolutely say if you want to play Skyward Sword in 2026 and you don't own Skyward Sword already, just play the HD version. All right. If you're wondering, by the way, what I'm doing right here, so after getting the fire and ice arrows, I'm going and picking up... first, I went to pick up the power bracelets, and now I am going to pick up the... you know what? Just in case, to protect myself from any comments, I'll run around and actually go up where you're supposed to. Anyways, I realized that's technically a micro skip right there. Anyways, so... yeah, exactly. I'm being preemptively one guyed in my head. I know what the one guy comment is going to be like. I'm sure there's already going to be people who's going to say it in the comments, but hey, you implement the changes you think should be intended and you beat it faster. I'm excited to see it, man. You have fun. All right. Whee! Oh my god. I think all forms of glitches are awesome as long as they cannot be accidentally stumbled upon by a casual. That's my take on glitches. Glitches that can be purposely or like hunted to be performed, I think is just a cool thing. However, if it is a glitch that can be stumbled upon by a casual, then I think it technically ruins part of an experience, and it's valid to be patched. Like, an easy example is, like, I mean, think about like a wind bomb in Breath of the Wild. You know what I mean? Or like a whistle sprinting. If you're told by it, you can perform it, and it's not too difficult. However, a casual is not gonna constantly stumble onto the glitch and be annoyed, and like having their own casual playthrough be bothered by it. That's a good glitch. Super swimming is such a precise glitch, no casual would ever accidentally do it, and it would never affect the casual. I think that is a fun glitch, and it should be left in. But, like, let's say that, like, when you enter an area, if you happen to walk against a certain wall in a certain way, you clip through, and that can happen to a casual, then I think it's valid to patch it out, because it shouldn't... A glitch, if it can be performed easily by a casual or accidentally by a casual, is more or less a fault/mistake, and if it can worsen your experience, then it's an issue that should be fixed. Linkus, did you ever take psychology? I did take psychology classes when I was educating myself to be a nurse, yes. It was one of the greatest optional classes I ever took. And the only optional class I ever took, actually. I never was interested enough to take extra courses outside of psychology. Alright, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to head over here, and we are going to learn the Earth God lyrics. So this is going to allow us to basically go and pick up Medley, and then we can bring her back here, and then we can complete Earth Temple. So we're going to play the song. This is a very cozy stream. It's very different from the way I usually do streams. It's just kind of the nature of it, I guess, when you're doing intended percent. All right. And now we can go pick up Medley. Let's do it. This and Twilight Princess would probably be the only reason I would consider getting a Wii U at the moment. Unfortunately, they're insanely pricey for no reason. Yeah, I mean, there is a handful of games. It's like that presentation I made on Link 7 Daily. If anyone else hasn't seen it before, I recommend you to watch it. The Wii U was filled with a bunch of great games, but the thing that it was lacking mostly was console sellers. It had very few console seller games, but a lot of incredibly good games. Why do you make Earth Temple first? You actually can't do Wind Temple first. You have to do Earth Temple first. It's strange. I feel like this is like a scrap mechanic Nintendo never finished. It feels like they intended for you to be able to pick which order you wanted, and it kind of feels that way, and it's like almost like showcased in that way in the overworld, but it actually does force you to pick Earth Temple first. Unless you use major glitches. Yeah, it's funny you would say that. I think a lot of people will have that Mandela effect of, like, remembering that they did it Wind Temple before Earth Temple, but it's a thing not. It's just that it's not possible. Maybe they went to see Makar under the waterfall before Medley, because it's more noticeable there. Hi, Tompa. Good evening to you. Linkus, did you ever try and find glitches? I never gone out of my way to attempt to find a glitch or truly glitch hunted. I have found a couple of glitches, but that was mostly because I was bad and I accidentally stumbled upon things. Because, like, the only things that I found were during the period of time where, you know, you could still accidentally stumble upon something. So the biggest glitch that I ever discovered was a glitch called Furnace Fun Moves in Banjo-Kazooie. It's used in every single speedrun of Banjo-Kazooie to this day, and it allows you to start the game with every single move immediately from the start. That's the biggest glitch I ever discovered. And I discovered that by being bad and dying. I was doing practice. I was learning how to speedrun Banjo-Kazooie, and I got to the very end of the game. And at the very end of the game, before the final boss, there is basically a puzzle minigame of sorts, and it is called Furnace Fun. And you have to basically do a quiz of a bunch of facts around the game to make sure you know them. And I got into one of the minigames, and I kept dying. I kept failing. I didn't know all the answers. And after I game overed inside one of those minigames, I literally said, screw it. I'm doing my first run right now. So I just immediately quit it out and started my first run. Because I just thought, you know what, this is right before the final boss. I just have to get lucky when I'm doing my run. And then, like, as long as I get lucky with the questions, I'll be fine. And then I started the run, and I happened to have every single move. And then people looked into how did it work. We've realized that the exploit was basically that the game does not clear your state if you happen to game over inside of a minigame in a certain area. And that they did it. Yeah, the only other major discoveries that I've had was in Luigi's Mansion. So in Luigi's Mansion, but it's not really, like, some of it is glitches, but a lot of it is strats. I made the first ever viable 2-cycle method for King Boo. That was used up until, I think, 2 years ago when the 1-cycle got implemented. I also found a lot of the fast out-of-bounds clips that made up any percent Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Velocistrat, but, like, the Velocistrat, once again, that was more just me trying to figure out how to make it work for PAL. And people could already 1-cycle. It was just slightly more consistent. I think, is that a Fitbit Air? That's a crazy eye. Yes. Yes. I have worn my Fitbit Air every day now for, I think, 3 weeks. I think I've accidentally shown it in so many videos and ads at this point. It's kind of crazy. I am not sponsored or paid by Google. I just kind of like how lightweight it is. All right. Time for, I would argue, probably the most interesting dungeon out there. This is probably the most interesting and cool dungeon out there, in my opinion. I've always had a weak spot for, like, fun, spooky, like an Earth Temple of sorts dungeon. I never liked Wind Temple as a kid. Speaking of Wind Temple, don't try and play the Wind Temple song in Earth Temple. All right, let's do this. Here we go. Earth Temple. That's crazy. No, I got lost a lot and couldn't figure out how to beat Wind Temple. I never had a problem with Earth Temple. I think Wind Temple is probably the only dungeon I would argue is not linear in Wind Waker, probably. Which is why it's usually more difficult. What type is Medley Linkus? Flying, normal, or flying psychic? I think flying normal. That's funny. All right, so we're gonna throw her across. Make your walk up here. I don't need more skulls, so I'm just gonna leave that be. And then... I'm gonna walk around here. Now, do not have light arrows like the speedrun would have. Cool. So I am gonna have to actually use Medley here to be able to get this open. So we're gonna shine the Medley. There we go. We're gonna shine these with Medley's shield. Break all those with the skull hammer. You can make this pretty smooth, not too difficult. We're gonna go through here. I guess I need help with my second run of Majora's Mask. I'm not the right person to ask. I've never beaten Majora's Mask casually. Okay. And we're gonna pick up Medley. Wait! That's not a glitch, but it's not intended, and I feel like that's... I promised. I'm just gonna do it even though I already hit the switch. Here we go, chat. Made a path. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Then we go through here. Reset! Hey, you should make you actually happier, chat. I had a time penalty. If anything, that's awesome. And then... move this block. Shan with Medley. Link is cheating again. SMH'd. Exactly. We can't stop cheating. Don't let Medley get grabbed. Try and avoid the floor masters. Oh my god. I cannot believe that worked. That's crazy. Whew. Okay, now I actually have to burn this And I need to get these guys to go into the light so they can become statues. I can grab them and put them on the switches. So I'm gonna put that there. Then we're gonna put that there. And there we go. Easy. Very easy, fast, quick room. Linkus, how do you feel about your original estimate, though? I think my original estimate is still pretty solid. Like I said, I think that with my skill, even following everything intended, I feel confident in saying I'll beat this in 6 hours-ish, around there. I think that 25-hour time limit and most people's guess of how long this would take me is going to get smoked out of the water. I think, like I said, knowing roughly where to go and being able to... Knowing where to go and... knowing where to go and having good movement and combat really makes a huge difference when it comes to the time. This game doesn't feel too long intended unless you actively go for 100%. Well, I'm happy you asked because we have all the numbers from 3,300 backlogs and of people letting them know how long it took them to beat. The average time on how long to beat Wind Waker is 31 hours. To just do the main story for people who rush the game, it takes them 25 hours. For doing the average playstyle, which includes main story plus some side quests, it takes people 33 hours. And for people who are completionists who like to kind of go for a 100% style, it takes them 43 hours. So that's the order of numbers that we got. All right, Medley, I'm going to leave you here and I'm going to come back because I will not need you for all of these sections here. Yeah, there's a lot of combat mechanics that exist in this game that definitely can speed things up. All right. Here, I'm going to stand as far away as I can, because I want to interrupt the screen by landing the jump slash. That makes it fast to kill them. Yes, you can kill the ghost like that by having it hit the light, or by waiting it out, either way. Nice. By the way, Nintendo made it so that you can one-hit the skulls with the skull hammer. I'm assuming that that's just kind of like a funny, once again, like optimal way to kill it. Kind of like how, you know, Forest Water one-hits Calademos. So yeah, if you ever want to be able to insta-kill these guys, just have them be hit by the skull hammer. Boop. Really? That didn't hit? That's crazy. Nice. And there it is. That's the mini boss. As you can see, very, very, very fast once you use optimal strats. We are really speedrunning through these dungeons quickly. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, but like I said, I think a lot of people interpret intended as how I play the game. Which, if they think intended means sword, not skullhammer, then they were just unoptimal. Alright. Let's go back to the main room, chat. You could unlock the shortcut right there, but honestly, it's going to take longer than it would take to just fly back here or run back. So I'm just going to run back. So we'll go around here. Open this up. Yeah, exactly. Next up, we have to do new percent, because intended percent wasn't enough. We have to think about, like, how a noob would do it, you know? Oh my goodness. Okay. And then we can open up the floor right here. Dude, I'm not going to, but it would be funny to just do this super quick 80% speedrun right after this, just, like, as a comparison to, like, okay, this is how long intended percent takes. Let's see now how long it takes if I'm allowed to use glitches. Because then this whole thing would go from, like, you know, a solid however many hours it'd be to, like, probably less than 1 hour. I think I'd probably do this in, like, 50 minutes, I think, with the normal strats. I guess, what's your favorite Zelda game to speedrun other than Wind Waker? I don't know about, like, right now, but, like, at any point, I honestly think I would want to pick Link's Awakening on the Switch. That game was so fun to speedrun, I thought. It had a perfect hybrid in between glitches, but not too glitchy. I thought it was really, really, really fun. Ocarina of Time was also a really fun game for me to speedrun. The problem with Ocarina of Time speedrunning is that it's very punishing, and after a while, speedruns like that can feel very tiresome, if that makes sense. Like, when one single mistake 3 hours in can make you instantly have to reset, it's just kind of hard, man. That just gets tired. Like, it burns you out much faster. But I think Link's Awakening on the Switch, yeah, I think Link's Awakening on the Switch had a perfect balance of cool glitches, but still sticking to mostly original mechanics. So it had a perfect balance of glitch to normal ratio, and it made the run not too punishing. Or reset heavy. That Floor Master actually almost got me. That was just a tiniest bit scary. I don't even know if this would necessarily count, because this is truly just a waste of my time. But just in case, you know what? No one would be smart enough to just use the shield. They would do this. Awesome. Okay, then we go through this room right here. And then we break the song. Yo, thank you so much, Shadow, for the 1-year resub on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Saying happy 1-year, Linkus. Thank you so, so much. Really appreciate that. That's very generous of you. Thank you for the support. How are you enjoying your castle run, Linkus? It's both very fun to, like, re-experience all this, like, kind of like it's for the first time, and also it's frustrating for some things. There's some parts of this game that's been, like, more tedious than fun, you know what I mean? And then I kind of just wish I could do whatever. But for the most part, it's honestly been okay. It does feel more like I'm doing a fun, like, conversational stream, though, than I usually would, which... Because I feel like most of the stream has been us having fun conversations about video games or consoles. Because there's a lot of downtime. Because, like, what am I about to explain here? Do you know what I mean? Like, I could do commentary like I usually would, but I just don't have that much to explain. Okay, so now we got to the basement. So I'm going to hop on the switch. We're going to activate the light, which is going to shine on the statue. And then I'm going to take control over Link again. And then I'm going to use this light to break this statue here. You see what I mean, though? Like, there's things I guess I can't say, but, like, very much, it's very much like this kind of push the statues and make the light shine through. So I'm really just dubbing a casual walkthrough at that point. So that's why I've half done it for things that are a little bit more interesting. But for the other parts, I've mostly just been talking to chat about cool things. This, by the way, though, actually, on a more serious note, is one of the rooms that you can skip the most in a glitchless perspective. In a glitchless speedrun, you skip this entire thing, because as Link, you can stand here and, like, with a very precise side angle, like here, make it so that, I don't remember exactly how to do it, but, like, you can basically make it so that you can just barely get the light onto the corner right there of the eye. And then you can get Medley to land on top of the mirror and shine the left eye through there. Does that make sense? So you can, with some extremely precise positioning, make it so that both Link and Medley can shine both of the eyes and open this room up from the very start. It's absolutely a skip. But it's, by definition, it's obviously not a glitch. It's just very clever maneuvering. Oh, I forgot to shine the... Oops. All right, nice. This is the part that pains me the most, though. Right now, I can, like, with literally a normal, clever stretch, just shine this eye and skip the entire last half here. Because right here, I can just stand literally on this stone and shine up. It's not even a glitch. It's not even, like, it's so barely, like, really, like, it hurts to even call that, like, an oversight, but... we're gonna do it intended. Linkus, I can't wait for you to do more ROM hacks. I actually have one ROM hack that is being streamed next week, and I also have some, like, and I also have, I think, 2 randomizers I'm streaming this week, later this week, so some exciting content up ahead. All right. One more push, and we did it. I have actually tried to do blindfolded Wind Waker. I ended up completing... I did all of Outset Island. I did all of Outset Island, I did all of Forsaken Fortress 1, and I did all of Windfall, and then I stopped when I reached the Dragon Roost. It just got really tedious and boring. I did not want to continue. If you were to buy a notched controller, it would be a lot easier and a lot more fun. But because I was playing it on the HD version and I was only using original hardware, so no notches, it basically makes it so standardized movement is not possible at all. So you either have to struggle for a very long time, which is what I did, or you would have to literally go through every single thing and memorize every single movement option by, like, remembering that, like, oh, here I need to do exactly 20 rolls or something like that, you know? And that just was not that interesting. Bang! Okay, and there we go. We completed the room, Chad. And now it is time for the fight. First, need to use an ice arrow on these guys, because I don't have the hook shot yet. That takes those two out. Then we can fight the Dark Nut. And there it is. One of the easiest boss... I don't even know why this is a mini-boss, to be honest. It's so easy. Anyways, there it is. This is the HD version. You know, as someone who's streamed Wind Waker for so many years now, both HD and SD, I will say this is something that shows to me how actually good-looking GameCube is. I can't tell you how many times I've streamed the GameCube version of Wind Waker, and people have asked me if this is HD or not. That really shows to me how timeless the cell shading look is. The fact that people could believe that the GameCube version is modern to some degree. Exactly, it aged like fine wine. Alright, anyways, there it is. That's the boss key, and that's the whole dungeon. This whole dungeon is actually super fast. The only thing that really takes a lot of time is the pushing puzzle right at the end there, to be able to get the boss key. The rest is super fast. It is going to feel a little bit strange right here, though, by the way, to not be able to use the light arrow to be able to instantly shine him. Because if you don't know, so Wind Waker, right, went through a lot of changes in its development. And in the beta version of the game, well, it's been theorized, I should say, that you were supposed to be able to get the light arrows earlier than right at the end of the game. And that can be shown here in Earth Temple, where for some reason they added in that if you shoot a light arrow on this boss, it instantly takes him down and you do not have to shine light at him. And if you are wondering, because there are enough data miners out there who have investigated this, it is not an overlap where, like, the light arrows function as a light source. It's nothing like that at all. It is specifically... They went out of their way to add that as a function. The light arrow itself does not have any function to act as a lighting source the same way that this has. But even as a casual, you could technically still actually experience it if you were to go back to the trials after having already defeated them one time, if you want to, like, do that for funsies, I guess. But yeah, it's been... I think that's probably going to be one of the most rusty parts for me, is doing any of the trials. I have not really done any of the trials in way too long. And there it is. There's the boss. Nice. We'll take it. Thank you, Orbital. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yay! Get another heart container. And that's Earth Temple for y'all. And now we just gotta go learn Wind Temple lyrics and then pick up my car. As for unfortunately what I consider to be the worst dungeon in Wind Waker. I never liked Wind Temple. Hate to break it to y'all, I know I love my car, but Wind Temple, it was always my least favorite dungeon. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but I struggle with that, man. Linkus, do you count Forsaken Fortress in that? Okay, I actually think Forsaken Fortress 1 is fun. I kind of liked that as a kid. I was always, like, on edge. I thought sneaking around was fun. I thought it was really cool. Yeah, I think lore-wise, I think lore-wise, this is stupid, if I'm being honest with you. I think it's literally just that they weren't able to make transparent water for this game, so they had to change their mind, because I think it makes zero sense. You will hear people have an argument against it, but basically, here's Nintendo's answer. The Rito are, like... the ancestors to the Ritos are Zora. And the Zora evolved into the Ritos because after the ocean flooded, it was the easiest way to get around was to fly because all the islands you see now are the mountaintops. Now, I think that's kind of one-head because the whole map is an ocean now. They should absolutely be able to just swim. Every time I say that, though, someone will, like, go ahead and, like, say, like, well, maybe they just were, like, not saltwater Zoras, which, like, okay, what? But I don't buy that at all. Clearly, the Zoras around OTMM are fine, but whatever. Either way, that being said, that's the lore. The lore is, I guess, they never explain why, but the lore is literally to live in the new world. The Zoras evolved to be Ritos. Here's my theory. In beta development, Nintendo tried to make the ocean see-through. The hardware couldn't handle it, so they made it solid. And because of that, it didn't look as good to have Zoras, because everything is above water, not in water or underwater. So they said, oh well, and they made a Ritos. That's my theory. Otherwise, I don't know why anyone would evolve. By the way, speaking of which, anyone who sits there and says to me, well, Linkus, maybe they were saltwater, like they were not for saltwater. I'm sorry, you're saying that they could evolve from a fish into a bird, but being able to evolve from being able to be in, like, not like normal water to salt water, that's a far fetch. The jump from fish to bird was easier than now it can handle some salt. Really? That evolution was too hard. Nah, dude. Exactly. Getting wings was easier than breathing in salt water. I actually don't know this, but I'm guessing the answer is just a very sad RAP, but I'm just gonna ask. What does happen when you put a freshwater fish in salt water? Is it that they can't breathe, or what is it about the salt that makes them not live? Does anyone know? No, like, I get the RAP, I just mean, like, what is it about the salt? Is it that you can't breathe? They just can't handle being salty, Linkus. Okay. The salt pulls water out of their cells. See, I'm getting so many different answers. I feel like I should have just Googled this because I'm assuming people are just speculating at this point. I gotta know now. Why can't freshwater fish live in saltwater? Freshwater fish can't survive in saltwater because of a process called osmosis. A freshwater fish's fish is saltier than its surrounding environment, causing water to constantly flow into its body. Its specialized kidneys and gills are built to flush out this excess water. If you put a freshwater fish into the saltwater, the reverse happens. The highly concentrated saltwater pulls the moisture right out of the fish's cells, causing rapid dehydration. Interesting. Sure, Maisie. All right, everybody. This is my baby. I love my car. He is precious. I want everyone to just enjoy the show, okay? Everyone respect my car. This is my favorite detail about Wind Waker HD, by the way. So those claps exist in GameCube, but for some reason, they've raised the audio, like, way up on HD. And it's such a weird, like, effect to me. Like, why is there a crowd of people who are clapping right there? And you might be like, well, maybe it's the other goddesses. Well, I guess RIP Medley, because Medley got nothing when she did the same. Only my car gets a, like, just an audience of weird claps in, like, a very low-quality MP3 file playing as he finishes. It's just such a funny, strange detail. I always thought you added that, Linkus. Wait, really? No, I promise you, I'm not responsible for that. Linkus questions fish evolving into birds, but not how kids evolve into walking trees. See, that is less of weird to me. Like, that... Because that's still one step. Fish to bird is still 2 steps. Because you've already evolved into something. Like, you already, like, have a baseline. So to me, it feels like that one is a 2-step. Because, like, I guess here's the way I'll put it of why it's not weird to me. Having people live for hundreds or thousands of years in the woods with a magical, like in the woods, like living alongside the magic and the trees, I can understand how they kind of intertwine as they live inside the trees, with the trees, etc. Okay, if you want to, like, stretch it that far. It doesn't make sense to me how a fish that lives in the water and in the ocean, when the entire world becomes an ocean, and now you can swim anywhere, would start to evolve to first get on land, and then start to lose all the fish properties you have, and then evolve properties to fly. And also, in this logic, there is an in-between step where you got stranded. By the way, because there has to be in-between fish and flying. Because we've never seen flying Zora, meaning it basically means that there was a period of time when they were just all stuck on Dragon Roost, I guess. And it wouldn't make any sense if they ever figured out to evolve even flying fish, even if they did, because if they figured out flying fish, they would have kept flying fish. Because now they win the both of best worlds. Because now they could fly and they could fish. My point, what I'm basically trying to say is this. The reason one makes more logic than the other is evolving with a forest is evolving around your environment. A fish evolving away from the environment is the opposite of nature. Do you see what I'm trying to say? That's basically what, like, that's my whole point. Is that, like, they evolved against the world, where evolution usually is with the world. Yeah, I do have to take my car, so this is going to be very different, actually. I actually have to bring my car to a lot more places than I normally would, because normally, when I do Wind Temple here, I'm able to skip actually a lot, even in a glitchless run, because Nintendo had a huge oversight when they made this game. Where they basically left a giant gap in between, like, a stone and a wall. So you can just skip the last half of this dungeon by literally just sidling the wall. You can do it as a casual. That's why it's allowed in glitchless, because it's a Nintendo oversight, not a trick or a glitch. However, unfortunately, it's still a major skip. So we are going to have to complete all of it. Chat, I'm not having a discussion with you about the Zelda lore coming up, okay? And the rule of magic, okay? If you take this, if you believe all of that, you do you, man. Listen, ever since I read the official Nintendo Zelda timeline, I stopped caring. I'm letting you know, if the second I saw that, I took a big hit of copium, realized that this was made up way after the fact to make somehow it work, and I just said, okay, dude. I just take each game for what it is. Any continuation in between the games and explanations, I take as cope. That they came up with after the fact. That's why, like, with the lore within Wind Waker is whatever. Like, that's awesome. I like that. I follow it. But anything of, like, how does Wind Waker connect and how, like, the Zoras connect from the old games to the new games and all that, or the timeline, I kind of just look past it. I'll come save you, by the way, by car. I'll be back for you, I promise. Normally here, by the way, you can literally just backflip to get on top of these fans. So you can skip this entire room with 0 glitches by just doing a backflip. But we can't do that. As a matter of fact, here's a little fun fact about glitchless strats. Glitchless skips this entire room. You might be wondering how that's even possible. You can actually teleport Makar out of jail in a glitchless way. Because Wind Waker HD has a mechanic where if Makar is following you and you open a door, he just teleports into the room with you. So what you can do on the HD version of Wind Waker is press ZR to make the car follow you, and as long as you're running in specific directions very precisely, my car will never bonk against the walls inside of his jail cell. He's just going to be running into the wall in like an angle, which never makes him bonk. And because of that, when you open the door, the game looks and sees, oh, he's still following you. So it just teleports him out. So you never actually go through all the events to get the hookshot and truly get him out of the jail cell. He just teleports out by his own accord. But obviously, for us here, we absolutely have to, you know, go through this and get this all legit. Another easy example, by the way, of like a glitchless way here. So right here in a glitchless way, you can actually get a perfect ledge grab in between the spikes, grab up without getting hit, and then you can just take out your sword and jump slash across. I'm not going to do it because, once again, intended. But it's another easy example of how like many micro skips that there truly are in a glitchless sense, and why there's such a big division in between intended slash casual percent and glitchless. Like, there's just so many minor oversights that there exist within these games. We'll push this around. Nice. We'll get the small key. It is kind of funny to me. So everyone, most people who've looked into ever the development of Wind Waker will know that 2 of the, the scrapped dungeons and major islands was Fire Mountain and Ice Ring. That's why you just get an item randomly there. But one funny caveat of them scrapping so much, content that I think is kind of funny when you think about it is that Gorons are still in the game of Wind Waker, right? It's just in the form of the trading merchants. So I do think it's kind of funny how we still got the trading merchants, which are Gorons, but there is no explanation for how the Gorons live, where the Gorons are, or really anything, or any other Goron. So it kind of is just like the world has 5 Gorons left in the entire world, and they are all trading merchants. That's it. I got 5 Gorons left in the entire world. I do agree with that, actually. It would make more sense for the Gorons to become Ritos, because they would have been stuck on Dragon Roost, right? Vanilla hookshot? That's crazy! No way! See, so this is an example for the true fans. I want to save and quit right here, just because then I wouldn't have to travel across this whole room. But like I said, if anything is like major gameplay could be skipped for a save and quit, we are doing it. So look, chat. We're getting to go up. Link has opened the chest. Nah. You'll have to forever wonder what is in that chest, because I bet you don't even remember. All right. Okay, the first thing we're gonna do here, I'm gonna try and save a microsecond by throwing him so I don't have to control him. Nice. Easy. Nice. Linkus, what do you think the name would be of an evil Linkus? An evil Linkus. I don't... Dinkus? Linkus 67. Why did I read that out loud? Daninus? I don't know, that does not sound good. Stinkus? I don't know, I feel like it would be a really bad evil name to be called Stinkus. Dark Linkus. You know what, I'll go with that. Yeah, Dark Linkus or Shadow Linkus. Let's go with that. Dark sounds probably the best though. Ouch. Oops. Bang. But if you do not know, yeah, with any enemy that you freeze, you can always one-hit them with the Skull Hammer. It's a really nice combat thing. It really speeds up the gameplay a lot. I like Groose7. I feel like that would be an evil name for sure. Groose7 sure sounds like an evil man to me. Vanilla Boss Key! Dude, are you guys kind of weirded out by something too? It's been 4 hours of playing this game, and I feel like almost everything I've opened has been like vanilla so far. Isn't that weird? Yeah, I might have forgotten to randomize this, huh? I don't know, streamer. Sure feels like a plando to me. Okay, then we gotta bring my car over here. I think this is the part that most people get tricked up by the way, right here where I'm going now. My car, not right now. Bang. One hit. Bet you didn't know you could do that too. Anyways, I think this is the part that tricks up most people the most with Makar. That you have to bring Makar back where you came from. To go up here, like, around, to hit one switch to, like, open up the floor. I think this is the part that people miss the most. Yeah, Makar might be onto something with the hook shot there. I like how that tip, by the way, is given after we have hookshotted like a bazillion items just to get up here to begin with. And then he's like, by the way, did you know you can hookshot? I guess technically I've only hookshot targets and not wood. So I guess if someone played Wind Waker and I never played another Zelda game, technically, I guess I can see why you would say that. It still feels a little bit like come on, bruh, but I guess I can see it. Ooh, maybe I should have killed the skulls before I... That's actually evil. How dare you hit my car? Evil! No one hits my precious car. No! How dare you? Okay, he's actually just bullying my car now. And now he's just bullying me. They didn't see me. Okay, we're safe. Whew, we're safe. Every time I hear Linkus say my car, I hear my car. Hey, if you have a car that is as awesome as my car, I think that's awesome. Bang! I'm trying to think. I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna throw my car down. Don't capitalize the colon me. Trust me. He's gonna be fine. Look. And then we can now have him plant these 2 trees. Don't go yet, Darkling, because it's fine. Look, because if we plant both of these trees, look how awesome this is. Now we're going to get, like, a fan that spins like a wind. Oh, yeah. And now I can go here and get the last key. Also, someone earlier said, are you leaf pumping? I'm just pressing the leaf button to push them away. That's not a leaf pump. Leaf pump is the canceling and pressing A to get more height to reach an area you're not supposed to be able to. Oh. Pressing the leaf button to push away the enemies are very intended. All right, and there we go. Now this should be the last small key. I cannot remember the last time I brought my car into the basement. I think it's actually been years. Because I never would do it in a randomizer, ever. No randomizer would require you to do it. Glitchless does not do it. I think the last time I brought my car down to the basement would genuinely be my last casual playthrough. It's very weird to bring my car down. I will show you, by the way, the cheese method when I get down there, if you have never seen it before, of how you're able to skip my car, if you're wondering. Because, like I said, it is actually a glitchless method. And if you want to try your next casual playthrough, you absolutely can. So I'll show you. It will be in 2 rooms from now. Didn't mean to use the fire arrow, actually, but hey, I guess it's valid. He can do whatever he wants. Hook shot up here. Hook shot up here. Leaf across. And then that's it. That's all we need to do in this room. And then this is the only thing that is actually a kind of a kind of a nice thing to do if you have Makar. So you can get across this gap without Makar. I think even in randomizers these days do not have to have you learn how to do the skip. Because you can do you can do a glitchless just leaf across and grab the ledge very precisely. But I'm pretty sure in modern randomizers, they make it so friendly. If I remember right, I think they just add straight up this tree so you can just hook shot across. I actually want to get these joy pendants quickly. So let me come over here. Okay. Oh my god. Get away. Okay, there is no chance I'm getting past this with the car. You're going down. All right. So this entire section here, like I said, can all be skipped. All this parts I've already done. And you do not normally also have to do this puzzle by pushing these blocks so you can bring my car over either. I will, of course, do that right now. But when I get over there, I'll show you what the strat is. So we're going to push this here. Then we're gonna grab my car. It's been so long since I did this. This is crazy. Wait, I forgot. You have to block that too. Oh my god. Forgot how tedious this room is. This room is crazy. Just a little bit more now, Chad. Just a little bit more. Don't worry, my car. I'll get to you eventually. I did it! Come here, my car. All right, now, here is how you skip all of the end of this dungeon. The only thing that holds you back this whole time is you have to do a bunch of steps to be able to bring Makar right here. Here is how speedrunners skip this, even in the glitchless playthrough. I will show you right now. Nintendo left a gap here. So, this is what you do in a glitchless speedrun. You hold A to sidle. And you just keep holding. You technically never go out of bounds. That's why it's allowed and glitchless. You would just barely have enough space right here. You can see right there that gap. You never go out of bounds, which is why by definition it's allowed and glitchless. So you basically just walk alongside this tiny gap that they left right here. And that's how we get through. So that's how in glitchless you get through this. That's why I have not done this since I was a casual. Broken the songstone. But intended percent, we gotta do it. We gotta break it. Unfortunately, my car, you have to stay out here. It's dangerous in there. All right, let's do this. Yeah, you actually can't bring them into the boss room. They just teleport in here after the boss. Wait, that's why I'm calling this category I'm doing today intended percent. Because if I just called it glitchless, then you know how people would feel. Do 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 do. All right, here we go. Time for the best boss music in almost any Zelda game. Here we go. Yo, thank you, Lou, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Time for peak music. Let's go. Let's do another workout session, Chad. And bang! There it is. Cinema! Linkus, have you ever been to GDQ before? I've been to GDQ many times. I actually submitted Wind Waker and Wind Waker HD for this year's GDQ. You just didn't accept it. And I only have so much free time in a year. I no longer view GDQ as like work, not vacation. So I would only go if I have a run approved. I don't even submit every year, but I submit every now and then still. But yeah, I used to attend every GDQ from 2016 up until 2020. Yeah, I would definitely go to Fast 53 if they host another one. Elise. Alright, so that is all the dungeons. We are moving on now to everyone's favorite part of Wind Waker. If there's one part of Wind Waker, when you ask me, Linkus, what do people love about Wind Waker the most? It is by far the Triforce Collecting Quest. The Triforce Collecting Quest is definitely the thing people think of when they think of love Wind Waker. Like, this is definitely it. I have just heard time and time again how much people love the Triforce Collecting Quest. It is the thing that people praise as, like, the greatest part of this game. So, first, enjoy, everybody. Second of all, let's see how long it takes. We are entering the Triforce Collecting Quest at, what, 4 hours and 28 minutes. So let's see how long it takes. I've not done anything for the quest. So, yeah, let's see how long it takes to get all of them. Here we go. There is quite a lot of places we gotta go. The first thing I want to do is I want to go to Forest Haven, and I need to buy a bait bag, and I need to buy a pair, because I forgot I am not allowed to use grappling hook clips. So I have to grab... I need to be able to control a bird so I can hit the switches for Bird's Peak. Because one thing I want to do immediately is go to some of the locations that have the actual charts. So in Wind Waker HD, it works a little bit different from GameCube. GameCube has 8 charts, decipher 8 of them, and then after deciphering 8 charts, it gives you 8 pieces to salvage. In HD, to speed up the quest, they have 3 charts that needs to be translated, and 5 of the original locations that would give you a chart just instantly gives you the piece. So they basically kept the 8 pieces, but they sped it up so that you don't have to pay for as many translations with Tingle, basically.
Thank you.
So...
Thank you. Bye.
For some reason, the audio is slightly desynced again. I'm gonna reset it again while I'm sailing over here to Bird's Peak. There we go. Perfect. All right, anyways, so that's why I'm choosing to start off going to, Bird's Peak, because Bird's Peak, if I'm not having my memory fail me, is one of the 8 locations that have an actual chart, not a piece, and I want to immediately spend my money to translate it. Another change that they made with the HD version is that in the original game, your starting wallet can only hold 200 rupees. That's it. And you need to upgrade your wallet to hold more. In HD, they made it so that your starting wallet can actually hold 500 rupees. And that is so that you can technically have enough rupees to translate a Triforce chart without having to find an upgrade. So that's why we have to consistently throughout this go and upgrade them. Since I will top out of 500 and one translation is 398. Why that exact number? I have no idea. But that is the number. So that's why anytime I hit around 400, I immediately want to go and translate one of the 3. By the way, this is such a random mechanic they added to this game that I feel like we never really saw again. I guess except for Echoes of Wisdom. But yeah, like, controlling one of these is very strange. Yeah, exactly. Poor Tingle only gets half the money. There it is. You can't call yourself poor and then repeatedly ask for 398 rupees 8 times in a row. That's a good point. That's a very good point. All right. Have you won yet, Linkus? We're on our way. We are on our way, that's for sure. Hi, Sab. Hope you have fun with the game. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, here's our first out of 3 Triforce charts that have been deciphered. Bang. Chat, if it was not intended to be able to hookshot the ladder, they wouldn't have made it hookshotable. What the hell? Don't even try with me. All right. Next up, we are going to go down to... We're going to start by going down to Island of Steel, which should give us our next chart. And then I'm going to sail down to Stone Watcher, which is where an actual Triforce piece will be located inside. By doing some... by doing some combat. I don't know why I just slipped the word combat, but it's okay. It's a long run. Okay. There we go. Sorry, bird. That was not even me. So as a kid, I actually never, or as a teenager and adult, when I first played Wind Waker casually with memory, I never minded the Triforce collecting quest because of how I played Wind Waker. I played Wind Waker in the way where once I beat Wind Temple, I sailed coordinate to coordinate and explored every single island. So I never felt as though the Triforce collecting part was tedious or terrible because I just happened to get enough money and I happened to find all the charts and all the secrets and a bunch of stuff because I was going island to island. So I think that's why I have kind of a difference in opinion on the tediousness of Wind Waker GameCube. I can absolutely see why. I think it's not great design, and I absolutely... Because it's not great design if a non-completionist will find it to be tedious or annoying. So I do believe that it is not a great design. I'm not arguing it's a good design just because I liked it. But I think, just specifically for me, I never had a problem with it because I'm a completionist in my playstyle. But yeah. It's, so, like, I would say if you wanna, like, kind of encourage, you know, going through... you know, getting all of the islands and filling out the ocean map, then it's really not too bad. I promise you. Hi, Nuki. I don't think so, Nuki. You've missed the most painful parts. Also, there it is. That's the first Triforce piece. Cheese. Linkus, you never check your mail. Really, you say you go to the mailbox every day, Chad? Every single day, 6 days a week, you go to the mailbox. Look at this cool combat, by the way. Bang. Bang. Clean. Let me show you all some good gameplay right here. Six days a week isn't every day. Nuki, mail don't come on Sundays, okay? What's the point of going the 7th day? See, I used to check my mail almost every day, and then I moved to America. And no matter how much you sign up to these don't mail me lists, they keep mailing you with a bunch of trash offers and ads all day, every day. And there's no way around it. And it made me just stop going every day because I just got so tired of it. I can't believe that jump slash hits, by the way. Okay, and then I need to actually equip here the grappling hook because I need to get up to 21 joy pendants and I'm currently at 18. So this is going to push me over the edge so I can go to Cabana Deed. There we go. All right, then we can do some fast kills right here. Ouch, that hurts. Oh my god. Dude, is this his personal bodyguard? His best friend? Hello? Dude, I wish I had a friend like that. That is a true homie right there. Okay, now, before I go and pick up the cheese, I'm actually going to go and break these pillars because there is hidden rupees inside of these pillars. Not all of them, but in some of them. And I do need a lot of rupees still. So I'm going to pick up these here. Very nice. Then we're going to open up the chest and Stone Watcher, and that should give us our second piece of cheese. So that should be 2 out of 8 Triforce pieces. Very nice. Now, I need to decipher the next chart before I head over to the next place. I'm actually going to go in and out right here. Yeah, sorry, 2 out of 4 pieces of cheese. I'm going to go in and out of here because I need to reload the pillar so I can get just a tiny bit more money. That should do it. All right, there we go. No, even if I know the exact place you need to salvage in the ocean, if you try and salvage, nothing is there. You have to decipher the chart. Without deciphering the chart, the spawn is just not there in the game. It is not optional, even if you memorize the game. Okay. And now we're gonna go to Tingle and decipher our second chart. Thankfully, like I said earlier, though, because it's HD, we only have one more to do after this. Link is this kind of a stream very boring for you since you played the game a million times? Believe it or not, this stream is not boring because it's the first time I've done Intended in so many years. But if you made me do it another time within the next few years, I would find it boring. Does that make sense? Like, it's kind of like if you do a casual playthrough of a video game, you know, like, and it's been a few years since you played it, it's fun because you don't remember everything and it's kind of refreshing a little bit. But if you instantly were to do another playthrough, it would feel like, okay. So, I think this is fun as a one-off. And I think it's also kind of cool to put into perspective just how fast a speedrunner can beat the game even without glitches. Because even though I obviously disagree with, you know, the people in the comment section who say that, you know, glitches are cheating, even though I fundamentally disagree with their opinion, it's still an intriguing question to wonder, okay, well, if we ban not only like all of the glitches, but we ban all the skips, right? Because that's the big difference with glitchless, right? Glitchless still allows major skips. If we ban skips and we ban the glitches, so we're actually doing it the way that's very similar to an intended way, how long will it take to beat the game? And, well, we are quite close to finding out that answer. Yeah, it is very much chill vibes for sure. Whoa! Thank you for the red rupee. I appreciate it. Now, what if I give you 20 more of these? There it is, the Cabana Deed. Thank you very much. Linkus, when are we doing mail game? This is not 100%. This is 80%. I don't think I've ever gone to the Cabana. If you've beaten the game, you must have, because there is a Triforce in the Cabana. So, it is required to beat the game. I did for the fans, even though this is any percent. We did do Sploosh Kaboom, and we actually got a first try. That was kind of hype, though. Yeah, basically, there is the Cabana. You know what? I will say this. If you remember this is going to be the biggest tell if you, like, about, like, oh, yeah, I remember doing the Cabana as a kid. The sliding puzzles. The sliding puzzles are inside of the Cabana, meaning you must have unlocked it. And I feel like almost everyone remembers seeing the sliding puzzles. Yeah, it's the room I'm about to go in it where there's like all the pots on the shelves with a lot of rupees, and then you also get sliding puzzles. Hey, Grayson. All right, here we go. Away! Master Linkus, thank you. Hot take, I actually really like the sliding puzzles. I mean, I'm sure if you're smarter than me, then yeah, I can see why. But I'm kind of derpy, I'm kind of a pega. I am very good with movement and timings and speedrunning. And sliding puzzles go way over my head, so I can't relate. All right, so here's another example of glitchless versus intended. I've been trying to point it out throughout this, so I'm going to give you an example. I will not go through it, I will actually go through the tunnel legitimately, but I'm just going to show you. So, The skull hammer hitbox, massive, massive. Why am I mentioning that? Because you can literally just do this, and it opens up. The skull hammer hitbox is so big you can just hit through the wall. So like you don't do any glitches to open it up. That's how you skip all of it, even in the glitchless. So that is why, for intended though, we obviously have to go through the puzzles because it's clearly skipping intended stuff if we were to... I'm gonna try right. I really don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, forward, sure. I don't remember the order, but anyways. Linkus, how is that not a glitch? It's jump slashing with a skull hammer but next to a wall. There's no glitch happening. There is definitely situations where I think it's a glitch, you know, even if they're calling it not a glitch. But actually, in this case, I completely agree that that is not a glitch. That's just a clever use of a mechanic. All right, let's go through here. Linkus, you could always do sliding puzzles for health, for rupees. That's true. Okay, then we're gonna go over here. Then we hit the switch. Oh! Forgot about that. Hello. Goodbye. Yeah, there's actually a few speedrun communities who like to instead of calling the category glitchless, they call it bug limit. Because since it's so controversial, the glitchless category in every game, some communities get ahead of it by calling it bug limit because they are aware that some of the things that they agree that is not a glitch would definitely still be considered a bug. So they call it bug limit because it's limiting it, but there's those edge case scenario and they want to get ahead of it, so they just call it bug limit because it's limiting the bugs you can do, not necessarily abandoning all of them. But like I said, it's not that common, and it's a kind of a funny, silly name. But yeah, the vast majority, though, of skips in the glitchless are, I would consider, more exploits than glitchless, because there is a difference between an exploit and a glitch. Like, the easiest example of an exploit versus a glitch, I can show you right now, actually, is bomb boosting. Getting hit by a bomb and going in the opposite direction, absolutely not a glitch. If I have a slightly taller ledge right here I can't get up, and I take out a bomb, and I do a jump slash, and it explodes me, and I get on it, that is inherently not a glitch. Like, that is literally not a glitch. I just got hit by the bomb. Like, you know what I mean? And you just happened to go a little bit taller than I could have from a climb. That's the easiest example I could ever give someone of, like, well, Linkus, how can glitchless skip things? That's a great example. Where you're not performing any glitches to get the skip right there. However, you're very clearly, you know, exploiting a mechanic to skip something. So you can exploit an intended mechanic, and it can be different from a glitch, because a glitch is more of an like unintended behavior. Like I said, all of that is banned in this category. We're banning both of them. That's why I'm calling it intended percent. Originally, I was going to call this casual percent, but then I knew that Chad was never going to let me go, because then I would do a faster way to do something, even if it's intended, and people are like, no, no. And it would kill me. I would have died streaming this category for 6 to 7 hours. God damn it. Anyways. And have constantly people say that it's not casual enough. That's why I always had to call it intended instead of casual percent. Linkus, don't you think that hitting the hammer through the wall would be an unintended mechanic? I agree. That's why I went through the tunnels in this one, but glitchless allows you to do it. That was my whole point. Also, since I know how to get through this, without skips, I think I can get through all of Savage Labyrinth in about 12 minutes. So it should still be pretty fast. Yeah, you know what I should do for the lols? I should upload this as a no... You know how there's always those YouTube videos that are like, no commentary casual playthrough? Dude, I should upload this as one of those. You see, just like zoom in on the gameplay feed right there on my stream. I remove... I remove my mic because it's all separated audio, so I absolutely could. And then just upload it as no commentary playthrough. If anyone actually tries to follow along, it would be really hard. However, if someone just wants to get a quick rundown of the game, then this would absolutely, though, be the best video out there for that. I would be confident in that. It's kind of funny, Linkus, seeing you tell us all the strats you can't do. That is a good point, because there is nothing to explain in this run. All my commentary has actually been things I can't do. You're right. I didn't even think about that. Because yeah, usually I fill up space by being like, hey guys, let me explain you this really cool strat. Like right there, you can actually do a damage boost and hookshot across right there to skip that loading zone. But I can't do any of it, right? So instead, every time I'm like, oh, let me tell you guys this cool thing you can do here in Glitchless that I can't do. If I had to tell you my theory into why I don't think that there is such a thing as intended percent in most games, it is because the idea, I think, sounds good. And I also think there's a lot of people who want to pick up speedrunning for the first time who would love intended percent. Because there has to be a lot of people out there who don't like that glitchless skips a lot of things, but they want to speedrun the game, so they want to do intended percent. The reason I don't think it ever sticks in communities is because it would never have long-term activity. Like, think about it right now. Think about if you were like, yeah, actually, you know what? I would like to speedrun this. This sounds like cool. But after you've done this and a few runs, people will get bored. Like, I think that's just the nature, I think, of this. Because that's usually why, you know what I mean, people like to add in some tricks and skips that are a little bit difficult or add some excitement to the run. Right here, the biggest excitement you have is what? Auction? Which is like RNG, I guess. That's like the biggest excitement you have of the run that you get pumped about, is you got good RNG. The rest of this, though, would get like very, very like tiresome after a few runs. So I think that's why naturally it always it always ends up shifting that glitchless over time. Because I want to say one thing that is of important note to someone who's been around speedrunning now for many years. Glitchless speedrunning didn't used to be what it is today. Glitchless speedrunning used to be almost this. Glitchless runs used to be close to intended percent for most games. it just turned out to be the skip fest after years because people get bored or want more time saves in the glitchless run. They kept pushing the envelope for, well, what could be allowed or not. Does that make sense? Like, that's why right now in 2026, most glitchless games for older games have so many skips. Because it's very slowly with time, more and more tricks were like, well, I feel like this is close enough, or this is valid, and this is more exploit than it is glitch. But it was not like that to begin with. So yeah, glitchless was very close to what I'm doing right here back in 2013 when I started. I think just finding and implementing skips is just a kind of natural conclusion to any category. Or the category kind of dies off due to staleness or inactivity. So that's why I think intended percent only makes sense as like a beginner step category towards something bigger. But it usually will not hold an active community for long. I also would not want to be the person who has to actually set the official rules, because I know that half of the time when people say, well, actually, Linkus, of things I've done today, people are just trying to bait me and be one guy, you know what I mean? But I'm sure there's people out there who genuinely believe that there's things I've done in my one today of intended that is somehow not intended because it's not how they play the game. Because a lot of people will associate intended with casual percent. So I would not want to be the guy who makes up that rule set, because no one would be happy, I think. It'll be a video, Jeffer. You'll have a lot of conversations. There's not much to explain. Okay. This is the floor I'm struggling with the most, by the way, because floor 20 to 30 has floor skips. So I normally never have to do these floors. All right. Almost there. Are you winning, son? We're doing good. We are almost done with Savage Labyrinth. We are almost through it. All right. Yeah, sorry. There's just not much to explain with the combat here. I'm killing some enemies. I think this is for 28 or 29 though, so we are right at the end here. Nice. That was clean. Wait, what am I doing? I have max rupees. I can't even pick up anymore. All right. And there it is. There is all 30 floors you have to do Savage Labyrinth. Now, the reward for doing all 50 floors is different in between the different versions. So on HD, I will get the Hero's Charm on the 50th floor. On other versions, on the Japanese version, you get a rupee and a text that makes fun of you for wasting your time. And on English, you normally get a heart piece. But thankfully on HD, it is actually kind of a cool reward if you were to go through it. All right, we are actually almost done with the Triforce collecting part. I have to go to Great Fish right now. So I'm going to go to Great Fish, and I'm going to salvage the Triforce piece. And I think that's going to put me at 5 out of 8, if I'm not mistaken. And then we only have 3 more to go. Yeah, the entire Triforce collecting part here, I think, is going to take me a little bit less than an hour. I think we started this, what did I say, at like 4:20 something? It's not too bad when you know exactly where to go. I think it was close to 4:20, 4:30. Okay. Next up, I'm gonna go to get the Ghost Ship Shark. Cheese! Linkus, it is my biggest dream to eat peanut butter. You do you, man. You go and get some peanut butter. I won't stop you, I promise. I actually need to think for a second because I'm having a micro brain fart right now. Where is... Okay, so hold on. What have I not done here for the Triforce pieces? So, hold on, because I'm missing one in my head right now. What am I not... Because, okay, I know... I know top right corner of the map, of course. Hold on. Top right corner of the map. I haven't done that island yet. Top right corner of the map. That's 1. And then the ghost ship gives me 2. Where's the third one again? Wait, which one am I thinking? Not which one am I forgetting right now? Wait. Wait, which one am I forgetting? Oh no. I already got Isle of Steel, Jeffer. Gold ship, thank you. Thank you. I don't know the order for this intended. It's one of these at the bottom, but I don't know which one. You can glitchless, by the way, just jump up to the end. That's why I have no idea. Yeah, sorry. I forgot about Ghost Ship. Hey, that is just our Gold Ship. That should show you how silly it is. $50-50 chance that I picked the right one. We'll get it next time, Chad. Linkus, what do you think is the most annoying enemy in this game? The most annoying enemy in this game is the same most annoying enemy in Ocarina of Time, and it is always going to be the zombie. Any enemy that just stuns you is awful. Don't at me. Thankfully, I do know which pod is right here. This one, I do know. It's this top left one. All right. No, Gold Chip is different from Isle of Steel. All right. Then we get the Ghost Ship chart. Let's open it up. And the Ghost Ship is at left of Windfall, so we have to warp there. I haven't filled out the map, so you can't actually see it on the map, but trust me, that's the shape. You can't see it because it's on the Wii U gamepad. All right. Hello, Ghost Ship. There it is. This is, by the way, one of the greatest changes, in my opinion, in Wind Waker HD. I think them adding this ghost effect on the floor is so cool. Because also, this is something that they kind of had in mind for the GameCube version. You can kind of see remedies of this in one of, like, the Ghost Ship beta rooms. But they never went through with, like, fully implementing it. But they were able to fully implement it here in the HD version. And it just looks so cool. All right. My dog loves your content. I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you. All right. 2 more Triforce pieces. All right, time to decipher. Oh my god. No, not time to decipher. Go to the golden boat first, and then we can decipher. I kind of need to get the chart first. I'm sorry, Linkus, but my cat isn't really into you. That's sad. But that's okay. I'll take it. Sure, Tolan. All right, let's go do it. In case anyone does not know, if you've not completed Wind Waker before, this is probably the most weird, random, bad game design choice, and I can't believe they kept this in Wind Waker, to be honest with you, that they didn't put this on an island. Just randomly in the corner of the map, in the corner of a coordinate, a ship spawns, but this ship is just like every other boat, except for the fact that they made it have a golden look to it. On this optional island right here. And if you happen to go at the very most left part of the ocean in this one coordinate and you get close enough, you will see that, oh wow, one of these gunboats is golden instead of normal. And if you decide, if you see it, oh wow, let me take the time to kill it, then no, it does not give you rupees like you would assume, because not only do you have to take the time to go over here and kill it, but then also you're gonna salvage the treasure. And if you do all of that, then it'll give you a Triforce chart. Very nice. Now we can decipher it. All right. So, if you're wondering what do we have left to beat the game, Linkus, we got 2 things. I just have to salvage up this last Triforce chart that I just got, because I'm about to decipher it. And then we have 1 island of combat left. So I think probably it's going to take me about 8 minutes, I think. And then we are done. So it's going to take right around 1 hour to do the entire Triforce quest. That's how long it takes. I think it's when are we doing gallery percent? I don't know about that, chat. You'll have to wait a while longer for that. Linkus, what is a game you recommend if there's someone who loved speedrunning? What is a game you recommend if someone specifically loves speedrunning Wind Waker? I don't know if I have a blanket recommendation. It would depend on if it's GameCube or HD and which glitch specifically is what they're so in love with for it. I don't think I could get sub 6 because I have to do all the trials, and the trials takes quite a long time. Oh, I love Dragon Roost. I think Dragon Roost Island is the best overall music in Wind Waker for me. I did save Grandma, yes. Yeah, the gallery quest is way easier in HD, that's for sure. All right. Final island of the game, Chad. A little bit sad, if I'm being honest. We had a good journey. All right. Let's see how fast we can complete this. I'm going to try and be as fast as I can with the combat. I have zero interest in doing this challenge again, but with 100%, because doing this 100% is a lot very similar and uninteresting than you might imagine. Basically, even in a speed run, most of 100% has to be done by sailing around with a boat, if that makes sense. And the only thing that is very different from a casual compared to a speed run for 100% stuff is sometimes you can squeeze a super swim in. But that's it. For other parts, it's just usually use a boat, go somewhere, do the quest. Like, it's just slightly faster movement or an occasional super swim. That's the only main difference. We don't really skip any part of the quest, because that's not how this game works. It's not like Ocarina of Time where you can often glitch the quests, if that makes sense. That's why in like 100%, you know, like the game times dropped significantly from pre-super swim to post super swim, and pre and post barrier skip, but 100% not so much. So you would imagine like 100% would be crazy with this challenge, but it really wouldn't be that big of a difference. Most of the time to beat Wind Waker is done just getting through the base game, and a lot of the time too is like in the cutscenes and the basic things like that. So it would really just be a lot of sailing and a lot of rolling, but otherwise it would be exactly the same as 100% with glitches. If I'm guessing right now, I think 100%ing this casual percent, or intended percent, sorry, would only add about 2 to 3 hours. It wouldn't be more than that. I think you'd be shocked to find out, but it wouldn't add much. I really mean that. It would not be too much. Probably closer to 3. But yeah. If this ends up being around 6 hours, you would probably be able to do intended hundo in about 9. Most of the time, really, it's just beating the game. No, I'm not doing it today. That's not happening. Link is, what are your thoughts on the art style for the Ocarina of Time remake? See, I really hope that that's just for the cutscene copium. That's the only thing I'm scared about for the OT remake. I'm not a fan of that art style. Alright. That's the final island. We now just have to go and salvage up the final Triforce piece that's already in the ocean. And then it is Hyrule time. So let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, this is definitely my most EU-friendly YouTube stream I've ever done. I'm ending the stream. I'm going to be ending the stream pre-midnight EU, which is kind of crazy. And I'm ending this stream also before a lot of people even get home from work in NA. I just completed my first Wind Waker randomizer because of your videos. This game still continues to be my favorite Zelda game. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that you got into randomizers and you enjoyed it. Yeah, it's such a fun and pretty game. And I'm very happy that the randomizers and all these new things that are being added are making a lot of people come back and re-experience them again. But either way, that's it! That's the full Triforce chart! That's the full Triforce piece! Full cheese block! What kind of cheese do you think that is, chat? Cheddar? Maybe, right? It's gotta be cheddar, right? Right? Throw the cheese! Gouda. Is Gouda also yellow? I thought it had a little bit more of a white hint to it, but what do I know? American cheese? American cheese is basically just... it's primarily just cheddar, so I feel like they would still be cheddar. Hi, Austin. I think the most beginner-friendly Zelda randomizers out there is A Link to the Past and A Link Between Worlds, so the ones that you haven't done. They're the most friendly because they're not very quest-heavy, and with a map tracker, which they're all available for and very easily accessible, you don't have to do any prep. Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, those are a lot more difficult to start off with because a lot of them are side quest heavy or hidden heavy, so even with a map tracker, they're a lot harder to get through. I would say if you want to get beginner-friendly randomizers for Zelda, I would not do Majora's Mask or Twilight Princess. Those are probably the two hardest ones to do if you are not already extremely familiar with them. You're gonna spend a lot of time, because you might see like an, oh, this is an item location quest for completing this marriage thing. But, like, there is no more info on how to do it. So if you don't already know by heart how to do the whole marriage sequence, you know what I mean, to get the item, then, like, oh boy, are you spending a lot of time looking at guides online. Anyways. Here we go. All right, there we go. And that is all that we need to do inside of Hyrule Castle. Hi, Rector. Chat. Cinema. All right. And now we have all of the trials left. That's basically all the things that's left in this whole speedrun. Yeah, it will take me some time to get through the trials because I have to refight the 4 bosses and the rooms that I have to get through to get to oh my god, I can't speak. And the rooms leading up to the boss fights. And unlike most things in this game where I actually know how to do it, I have no good memory. I forgot! They added a wind in HD. I completely forgot about that. So in GameCube, there's no wind there. They just randomly added a wind there. Okay, I actually have to use hookshot. I could have probably saved that with some leaf pumps, but that's against the rule, so... Let's go back. Either way, yeah, they just added wind for some reason into Hyrule, which is not a thing in GameCube. Either way, yeah, that's probably the only unpracticed thing in this whole run, is trials. Because none of the speedruns that I have ever really ran do trials. All right. Let's see how long this takes. Let's see how difficult this is. No, I'm not gonna boomerang puppet cannon. Wait, this is an actual genuine question. Random thing. I don't know if I've ever asked this before. Was I alone in sniping puppet cannon as a casual? I did not realize that you could use the boomerang to to cut him down. So when I was a casual, I straight up just took the beating trying to snipe him in the beginning of that fight. Did not know that there was such a way as you cutting him down. I just spent way too long trying to snipe him. Yeah, I have as a speedrunner tried to do the boomerang way when I first was trying to learn how to speedrun this game. I actually found boomeranging him to be difficult. Because he moves so much, I feel like you keep missing. Alright. The music is different for the trials? Oh! Interesting. See, this is when you can tell I'm not a casual and how many years it's been since I did the trials. That's crazy. Anyways, no. To answer you, no. I don't think it's an exploit to shoot puppet cannon while he's moving around. I think just like many things in Zelda games, there's different solutions. And even as a casual, I did not boomerang him ever. I also did not know that you could use bombs, by the way, when I first played my game casually for Phase 3. I just tried to snipe him again. I really brute forced it the whole way through. Dude, I kind of like this song. I kind of like the distortion. Yeah, another easy tell that Nintendo does not view killing puppet cannon in the air as unintended is that you can actually grapple hook, or you can actually hookshot Mulgera in midair, and his tongue even shows a hookshotable, like, targetable thing so when he's flying around. And they did patch that out of HD, making it so you can't attack him while in midair. Caladiemos, you can actually attack while he's up in the roof. That was patched out on HD, but only works on GameCube. But they did not change how puppet cannon works. So there's a couple of ways you can damage them in midair on... Do you think I can just fly over to that arm right there? Surely, right? Anyways, yeah, there's a couple of ways that they change things on HD when they didn't view things as intended. But since it stayed in, I don't think it's... I think it works. I don't think it's an exploit at all. I'm gonna go in now. Did I go too early? Down, 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 down! Oh, thank God. Okay. No! I bet I have to hit that. Okay. Unintended. This is as intended as it gets. I don't have a memory of this. This is just casual. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how you can claim this is not intended. This is literally casual playthrough figuring out how to do these rooms right now. And there is no such form as any of what I'm doing here is a strat. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Holy. You're never seeing more casual gameplay for me than what is happening right now. This is straight casual playthrough territory. Oh, I love that roll. That was an awesome roll. Don't go up. Well, this sure is as casual as I think I've ever felt playing Wind Waker. Hey, good thing I got Grandma Zoop. I didn't intend to use it here, but hey, I'll take it. Nice. Yeah, that's a good point. You probably most of the time will have double magic here, huh? Dude, you deal so much damage with the Master Sword. It's a one-hit? That's kind of awesome. You can stun P-hats with a leaf buff. Yeah, so that's not a leaf pump. So when we talk about leaf pumping, we're talking about the exploit where you cancel your leaf and take it back out to maintain height. By pressing R to just like pump, that's completely intended, and it's literally just a button you can press. And when you do that, like this, it just blows air in every direction. So it just kind of makes it so that any enemy that is nearby gets blown away. Here, I'll show you right now. Boop. Oh, I forgot you can like a YouTube live stream. Yeah, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. That is in the GameCube version, yes. It's in both versions. I always grapple there, and then I climb to the top. Oh, I guess, yeah, because then you have enough height, just like the lava platform. That makes sense. Dude, this is a laggy room. Holy, it does not like the black and white effect mixed with the lava particles. I never knew that lava plus ice arrows equals platforms. Does the game ever tell you that? Now I'm thinking about it. I just know that, just like general Zelda knowledge. I don't think anywhere in Wind Waker actually tells you can do that in Wind Waker. I think I just kind of do it because of Majora's Mask. Interesting. Now when I think about it, yeah, I think you're right. Another one hit, nice. All right. So I've entered this place many times because you would normally enter here to get a bomb drop, but I don't know. I see. I know what to do. There we go. And then you do it backwards here. Okay. I didn't get the most furthest back one, but I think this will still make it. Nice. Yeah, these tubes do not stay stoned for very long, if I remember right. What? Ah! Wait. That's kind of funny. Dude, what? Awesome. All right. Little jump scare, I guess. Very cool. Hey, look at that. This is so authentic. I haven't got intendedly jump scared. See, and this is why we can never do another run of these ever again, because now I can never do this again, because I will know how the trials go after this. You just won't be authentic anymore. You know what I think is the biggest surprise for people about something I have not completed casually? I know almost everything about it, but I have never beaten DLC 2 for Breath of the Wild. Because I was a speedrunner, so I had to keep my Switch on like the unpatched version without the DLC, because I used to speedrun 100%. I only did DLC 1 with some of the masks. You know, with the original outfits and stuff like that. I actually never did... I never did the bonus shrines that were added into the game. And I never did the bonus dungeon. And the bike. The only things I did was, like I said, first DLC, which was I did... You know, I did the upgrade Master Sword. I did get some of the tunics and stuff like that. And then... I actually started DLC 2, but I never completed it. Because at the beginning, don't you get like that one-hit kill but one-hit KO thingy? I think at the Great Plateau. I started that, but I never got past that. So... Yeah, I only did DLC 1. I never actually did the proper good DLC 2, which is really the exciting thing. Wait, you know what? This is intended. I feel like this is kind of far-fetched, but I made it this far. I'm not gonna rush this. I think technically this is fine because it's just memorizing a pattern. But just in case, I'm gonna kill every one of the Phantom Phantom Ganons to get the legitimate tell of how to go through it. feel like this is more than I need to do, but hey. Like I said, I think this one is kind of not necessary, but I'd rather do too much than too little this much in. It's fast enough. I did it! Woo! Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it intended. You follow the... you follow the sword of how it points, and that's the direction you need to go. Wait, how did you guys do it? Did you just trial and error every 1 and 4 way direction and write down them after like 50 attempts? Wait, how else do you do it? That would take so long. Well, I guess as kids, we all had really a lot of time, huh? All right. Here we go. Yo, that's awesome. I'm glad to see you've been enjoying the videos, my friend. That's how I did Lost Woods in Ocarina of Time for the first time. Interesting, okay. I have not done A Link to the Past randomizer in a very long time. I'm definitely not against doing one. Yeah, I think the last one would have been the subathon, right? All right, chat, do you think we can still be the Swedish sniper? Do we still got it? We need another Link's Awakening randomizer. I'm going to do another Link's Awakening randomizer once the next version drops. Most likely, we're getting a new version dropping this summer. It's not a guarantee. No pressure, but yeah. Most likely, we're getting a new version this summer, and then I'll be playing the new one. And it'll have a lot new locations and small features and stuff like that added, and it'll be really cool. Yeah, I said no pressure, Owen. Anyways, let's do it. Here we go, chat. Can we be the Swedish sniper? Jeffer, I'm not doing those. I would refund. All right. Here we go. Let's see if we can be Swedish sniper and get a sick first phase. Let's see. Oh, America! NA, baby! Oh my god! Uh-oh. Oh, clean. Alright. Not the worst last shot, at least. At least that was a little bit of redemption. We'll take it. All right. I'm not gonna do Crypt Shot because that's a specific setup trick to be able to hit him, to be able to double hit him with like weird collision stuff. However, I will attempt just to throw out a YOLO Trog Shot for phase 3 because that's just shooting blindly into the air and hoping you hit. So I'm okay trying to do that. So I guess we can see if somehow we can nail a Trog Shot. All right, let's see. Damn. Oh, that was so close. Okay. All right, not too bad. We'll take it. We'll take it. All right, and that's Puppet Cannon. This is a remarkably slow Puppet Cannon skip indeed. Also, I don't really mind arguing this, but I don't really care about arguing this point, but I would actually say that it is misinformation to say that it is unintended to not snipe with a boomerang because Nintendo very much gave you multiple options to fight him. They specifically went out of their way to enable that the bow does deal damage and while he's active in the air, and it can cut down the rope if you miss it. So even if you miss your snipes, it cuts him down. For the final phase, you can do both light arrow shot to him, you can do bomb, and you can do boomerang, and you can do the spin attack. So I would completely disagree to say that boomerang is the intended way. Boomerang is the easy way for sure that a lot of people did, but many people, including myself, did not do boomerang. There is no such thing as unintended there. There's just multiple different options. All I'm hearing is a lot of skill issues that people weren't able to snipe. Even as a kid, I still went for snipes. Press 1 if you went for snipes too. Who is the real Giga Chads in the chat? Who were Giga Chad enough to go for snipes as a kid? Let's see it. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I like to see. See, there's a part of me that wants to go like, I don't know how many people truly used, truly used it that are spamming 1. If I'm being honest with you, and this is the truth if I'm not just up playing and doing a bit right now though, I would actually argue that it was kind of like, I did not use boomerang and I did go for snipes, but I would actually argue it was just because I wasn't smart. I never used the boomerang when I played Wind Waker. I literally used it for Forbidden Woods and then I didn't touch it. Boomerang is an item that I get, I go, cool, I use it for 5 minutes, and then I put it in my inventory, and I never use it again. The second you get the bow and arrows, I just completely stop using Boomerang. So by the time I get the Puppet Cannon, it's so much later in the game that I literally just have not used Boomerang since Forbidden Woods, because immediately afterwards, the next item you get is the bow and arrow. I wouldn't even have thought about taking out the Boomerang. And another thing, too, about the Boomerang that makes it even more like you don't even feel like it's like an option is that it takes so many hits with a Boomerang to cut down the cords that it's more effective to use the bow and arrow. Actually, it's similar to, and here's a fact you might not even know about as a fun fact. You know the big octos that you can find around the ocean in Wind Waker that gives you a bunch of different items like double magic or heart pieces or stuff like that? Like those big octos with the eyes? Did you know that you can boomerang them and it actually deals damage? It takes like 5 boomerangs, I think it is, to each eye, but it actually does deal damage, just very little. Most people, almost anyone out there will have used bombs, right? Because bombs is kind of like the you know, quote-unquote, intended method that you would think of, right? That most people intend you to use bombs. But you can use boomerang and you can use bow and arrow on it. Not only that, you can even use elemental bow and arrow to deal more damage to it. So that's just one of those things where same thing where, like, it's very clearly assuming most people will use bombs to bomb things. But you actually do get the option to use bombs, boomerang, or bow and arrow. And I think that's kind of how I interpret the Puppet Cannon too. I interpret Puppet Cannon as the most efficient way is bow and arrow because you just got light arrows. It knows the players will use it, and it's the strongest to cut down the cords. But they give you the option of the boomerang if you run out of arrows. That's how I read it. Yeah, that's why this game is so cool and why it's so fun to play this game, both casual, randomizer, and speedrun and vanilla, because there's 1,000 ways to play this game, which is why yes, you should play more of this game. Speaking of which, why don't we finish this intended percent speedrun, shall we? Thank you, Ali, for the 21 months. I appreciate it. All right, let's do this. Very well then. Allow me to show you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are we going with this? What are you showing me? Your future. Yes, allow me to show you just what you had hoped for. What is my future? See how much... Oh, thank God. Whew. Oh, I got scared. Sorry. Linkus, 4 minutes to win the fight. You think you can do it? Give me 1. If you think I'm lying, I'm not. All right, and time. There it is. That's your win-win fight. And that, my friends, is how long it takes to complete Wind Waker HD. Any percent intended. So, for anyone out there who's been in my comment section for the last 12 years, first of all, hello. Second of all, if you've been wondering or thinking, Linkus, you can only beat this game fast because you're cheating, because you're using glitches, or you're using major skips. There you go. There is the answer to you. How fast can a speedrunner beat Wind Waker without all of these cheats? It is quite a lot faster than the 25 estimated hours it takes to do main story for a casual. It is 5 hours, 56 minutes, and 39 seconds. if you are curious about the different times and how that compares. So we got the full casual, which is 25 hours. We got the intended percent, which took me about 6 hours. In terms of glitchless, which allows skips, if you were wondering, skips but not glitches, that takes me 4.5 hours. So it adds about an hour and a half to require me to do everything intended. So yeah, 4.5. So that's basically it. So 25 hours casual, 6 hours intended, 4.5 glitchless, and of course, when you just unleash everything and do any percent with all glitchless allowed, all the glitches allowed, it takes me about 50 minutes to complete Wind Waker HD. So there it is. That is how a speedrun goes from 25 hours casually to 6 to 4.5 to 1 hour. That being said, thank you everybody so much for watching. I had an amazing time today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. You do not have to wait long though. I'm going to be back both on Twitch and on YouTube for my next dual stream very, very, very soon. So thank you everybody so much for the support and for watching this. I hope you guys enjoyed. I will be back, like I said, in just a few days. So thank you everybody so much for watching. Appreciate you all so much. And I will see you all in the next one. Later, everybody. Bye-bye. Thank you, 7. Out.